like to call to order a special meeting of the Frankfurt Plant Board on Wednesday, May 31st, 2023 at 1 o'clock in the community room. Today we have two public hearings. We're also going to be doing the budget review work session, and we also have some other items posted on the agenda that we'll be addressing. So with that, Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Member DeLong?
Here.
Member Cubans?
Here.
Member Mason? Member Snyder?
Here.
Member Button Mitchell?
The other two members, Catherine just walked in, and Steve's on his way. So we'll have everybody here in a few minutes. So with that, I turn it over to Vice Chairman John Snyder to conduct the two public hearings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have two public hearings today. One is regarding receiving comments regarding community solar rates and tariffs, and the other is for comments regarding electric rates and tariffs. There is a script here at the beginning that sets forth the guidelines for this. They are exactly the same except for what the subject matter is about. So in the instance of brevity and everybody's patience, I'm going to read this one time and it'll apply to both of the public hearings. This hearing will come to order. My name is John Snyder, and I've been requested by the board to conduct this hearing. With me today are board members and staff of the Frankfurt Electric and Water Plant Board, and we're here to receive comments regarding community solar rates and tariffs. The public hearing was advertised in accordance with the regulations for public notification and appeared in the Wednesday, May 24th, 2023 edition of the State Journal newspaper. To conduct this hearing in an organized fashion, we've asked that anyone wishing to comment register via email with Kathy Poe or Kathy Lindsay. This hearing will be conducted informally and voluntarily by the Frankfurt Electric and Water Plant Board in order to accept comments on this item. Both oral and written comments will be accepted, and any and all persons who wish to make a statement will be afforded an opportunity to do so. If you have a written statement to accompany your oral presentation, a copy of the written statement should be provided to the board prior to your presentation. Oral presentation should be limited to no more than 3 minutes, and if necessary, I will implement and request a presentation to be completed due to the time limit. I may ask questions of any persons presenting, and the board members may also ask questions of any person presenting oral comments where it's necessary to clarify the nature or substance of the comments. The board reserves the rights to answer questions at a later date, and it is the job of the board to fairly consider various points of view and information. We want the public input and involvement, and I hope you do not find our standard procedures restrictive. After this meeting, additional oral comments and written comments will be accepted and considered if they are submitted no later than the end of normal business hours on Monday, June 26th, 2023. To submit a comment, please contact FPB at 352-4372 or on our website at www.fpb.cc. Before we open the floor for comments regarding the community solar tariffs, I would ask Travis McCullough to provide a summary of the details. Travis? Sure.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you can probably recall, we did the first draft of the community solar tariff was presented at the regular May meeting. I'll do just a brief recap, hit the high notes if you will. Customers can subscribe to the community solar program by either purchasing a one-time capacity of $1,049.70, and that's for 250 watts of capacity, or they can pay a month-to-month capacity charge of $396 per month, and that's for the same amount of capacity. Those are both 250 watt solar units. Again, that's what's included in the proposed tariff. Customers that subscribe to the facility will get an energy credit on their bills based on the actual facility production. So it's similar to kind of a net metering type of setup, if you will. The energy that's produced by the solar facility will be divided up by those 250 watt solar units, and the customers will be credited accordingly. I would like to point out there's one error and one other section that needs to be clarified versus the original draft that went before you. In the additional acknowledgement section, B, the total amount that the customer can subscribe to, so the subscription cap, if you will. The original draft said 100 solar units, 15 kW in aggregate. That should be 60 solar units is 15 kW. So that was just a typo there. We'll get that corrected and back to the board. On the last page, no effect on electric rates and tariffs. There's a sentence in there that says participation in this program will have no impact on normal electric bill. I would expand that to say, unless the board has another opinion, will have no impact on normal electric bill outside of charges and credits associated with the subscribed solar unit. So just expand on that. Without changing it, it kind of presents a conflict because you're getting an energy credit on your bill, but the tariff says there's no changes to your bill. So I'd like to clarify that a little bit and just expand on that point to say, outside of the, I don't know, maybe Hans can help me out when we finalize it, but outside of the policy, that's stated herein, there will be no changes to your electric bill. Again, that's just kind of the brief summary. Any specific questions?
So I guess, Travis, the first question I have is, those changes that you referenced orally during this presentation, when this will come back to us at our next board meeting for final approval. And at that point, we will, that'll be a completely clean version with all those edits in there, correct?
Yes, sir, that's my understanding.
Okay,
I will make those edits, give you a clean version to have at the June meeting.
Do any other members have questions? Anyone? Do we have, Kathy, do we receive any comments?
I've received some comments. I replied to some of those emails, but I think we also have someone here to speak as well. So,
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Andy McDonald is here.
Okay,
Would like
great.
to speak.
Mr. McDonald?
Good afternoon. My name is Andy McDonald. I live at 7134 Owington Road in Frankfurt. I'm the director of Apogee Climate and Energy Transitions, a public service program of Earth Tools Incorporated. I serve on the board of directors of the Kentucky Solar Energy Society and serve as the KYSCS representative to the Joint Interveners, a coalition of public interest organizations that have intervened in multiple electric utility cases before the Kentucky Public Service Commission. I'm also the coordinator of the Solarize Frankfurt program for KYSCS. The FPB's proposed community solar program offers a valuable opportunity for FPB customers to share in the use of solar energy. However, at current retail rates, the proposed subscription pricing is so high as to prevent customers from ever achieving savings on their utility bills. A community solar program will be most attractive to customers if participants can share in the cost savings offered by low-cost solar power and realize a reduction in their utility bills. This goal was suggested by the FPB in the RFP used to solicit bids for building the community solar project. On page 3 it states, item 1.2, purpose of the RFP, in part, offer Frankfurt Plant Board customers an alternative to rooftop solar installation, reduce costs and barriers to entry for solar ownership, offer renewable energy options for low and moderate income customers. With the explicit goals of reducing costs and barriers to entry for solar ownership and offering renewable energy options for low and moderate income customers, the program should aim to minimize the cost of participation and provide utility bill savings to participants. The community solar agreement has 2 key features: 1, the subscription cost, and 2, the solar production credit. FPB proposes for the solar production credits to be equal to the retail energy rate adjusted by the power cost adjustment. This is a fair and reasonable method for assigning credits. The proposed subscription cost, however, is unreasonably high and would likely prevent participants from ever realizing utility bill savings. FPB's rates would need to rise nearly 50% to 13 cents per kilowatt hour before the one-time subscription would begin to provide actual savings to the customer. Table 1 shows how the proposed subscription costs compare to rates based on the project's installation costs. I have copies for the board. I'll hand you so you can see what table it is. Compared to the cost of installing the system, the subscription costs are very high. So for the one-time subscription, it would be $4.20 per watt. And for the monthly prescription, it would be $4.75 per watt. This compares with the actual installed cost of the system, which works out to $2.28 per watt. And I got that information by emailing the staff. They are also much higher than the price customers would pay to install solar on their home or property. So the actual price paid for the plant board of $2.28 per watt is what I would expect for a system of this size. For a homeowner, it might be $2.50 or $2.75 per watt. So Table A, or Table 1, defines that, lays that out. So I performed an analysis of the costs and credits a customer would realize under each subscription option. This shows that under current retail rates, participating customers would never achieve any savings, and in fact would pay a substantial premium to participate in the program. Table 2 illustrates this for the one-time subscription for a customer with one solar unit, 250 watts, or 25 solar units, 6,250 watts. The analysis compares the proposed capacity charge to two alternatives, each based on the capital cost for installing the system. The difference between alternatives 1 and 2 is that alternative 2 includes the 30% direct pay tax credit that the FPB may be eligible for as provided in the Inflation Reduction Act. As Table 2 shows, a customer subscribing to 25 solar units via the one-time charge would pay an additional $6,502 on their utility bills over the next 25 years. In contrast, if the subscription cost were based on the actual cost of installing the solar array, the customer would save $5,477 to $9,756 over the next 25 years, based on the two alternatives that I provided. Table 3 provides the analysis for the monthly capacity charge. Under the FPB's proposal, a participating customer would pay an extra $15 per year for one solar unit and $398 per year extra for 25 solar units. In contrast, under alternatives 1 and 2, customers would save between $5.80 to $13.53 per year for one solar unit, or $144 to $338 per year for 25 solar units. And those tables are provided at the end of my comments. As the FPB stated in its RFP for the community solar installation, this program should make solar more affordable and accessible for FPB's customers, especially those with lower incomes. If the cost to participate were based on the FPB's cost to build the solar array, then the program truly would provide an affordable, accessible option and would help customers lower their bills. For people who install solar on their homes or business, solar represents a solid long-term investment in their property. Although these systems can require a substantial upfront expense, that expense is an investment which results in long-term cost savings. The FPB's proposed subscription rates do not represent an investment for customers, just an additional cost which will never be recovered. In effect, customers are being asked to pay a premium for the right to participate in the community solar project. This is not only at odds with the express purpose of the project, but is likely to limit participation and success of the project. If the subscription costs of the project can be adjusted to make the program affordable and provide bill savings to customers, the Kentucky Solar Energy Society would be excited to help the FPB promote the program and encourage people to participate. Through our Solarize Frankfurt program, we meet people who want to use solar but don't have a good site, are renters, or cannot afford the upfront investment. The community solar program could be a great alternative for people in these situations. And I'll provide the spreadsheet I used in this analysis so you all can see the basis for the calculations I presented, and I've already emailed them to Travis.
Does any member have any questions, Mr. McDonald? Mr. McDonald, thank you. Does Travis, the staff, want to just look at this and come back and let's talk at the?
If it's okay with the board, Andy did send me his comments in writing. We can direct a response in writing.
If you would do that, I would direct that the staff do that and share that response to the board, please.
Yes, sir.
And I'd make one comment.
Sure, Jason.
So, Andy, thank you for breaking this down. Obviously, I respect your perspective on this, and you've done a ton of great work in the state. I'd just like to say that, we spent months behind the scenes working with Travis, working with solar vendors, trying to figure out how to make this a complete pass-through on this project. So definitely like to look at your numbers and see if there was another way that we could frame this, because my number one goal was to figure out how to make this as inexpensive for customers as possible. So when we talk internally with Travis, just know that's my number one goal. So if there's ways to make this cheaper, obviously the cheaper it can be, the more demand there'll be, and the more we can build and the more we can sell. So to me, that's a win-win for everybody.
I have one clarifying question. The introduction, you said comments will be taken until June 26th, but then you said the revised, or the tariff will be voted on at the next board meeting, which is before June.
Which is June 27th.
Oh, shoot.
We haven't made that announcement yet, but we're gonna have to reschedule the June board meeting 1 week later to the 27th.
Okay, great.
We were gonna do that, we're gonna make sure, we'll do that at this, we'll do that, we'll make that announcement. It'll be a special meeting, but it'll since it won't be on our regular date, but we had a conflict, I think, with the general manager, was gonna be out of town, so we're gonna push it back a week.
Yep. Well, and I'd just like to once again emphasize, we wanted to figure out how to make this cost neutral. So we don't want other people in the community to bear the rate of trying to have a subsidized solar, but we also want to make sure it's 100%, pass through in the rates. So, like I said, if you've been able to look at it a different way, we'd love to take a look at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. We'll move on then to item 1.2. Everything I said about the previous public hearing goes for this public hearing, which is about electric rates and tariffs. Again, I'm going to ask, the same avenues for comment are there. If people have signed up here, if anyone's signed up here, we'll let them speak, and folks can submit comments to us at FPB, either through our phone number or our website, by Monday, June 26th, in advance of our meeting on Tuesday, June 27th. So, Travis, I think you have a guest here today. It's going to help you out, make a presentation. Appreciate you. The floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you again. Once again, at the regular May board meeting, we presented a draft of the electric cost of service and rate design study performed by 1898 and Company. Craig did the presentation last time he was appointed on the project. He had a conflict today. So Adam Young from 1898 and Company is here in his place. I'll just hand the floor over to him. He's got a condensed presentation. We'll just hit the high points again if that suits the board, and we'll go from there. Adam, take it away there.
Switch to presentation mode or leave it? All right, great. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me out here today. Adam Young with 1898 & Co. Been with the company for 20 years, director of our utility finance and rates practice. I've been doing cost, service, and rate design study work in the state of Kentucky since a long time. 2007 or 2006 might have been my first study here in Kentucky. So it's good to be back here. It's been a few years. Today we'll just talk about overall rate study approach, the test year revenue requirements, which determine the overall level of increase or decrease required, the cost of service study results, our rate adjustments by class, and then goals and objectives for the rate study. And then if we have questions or any other details, feel free to ask. So a typical study, like the study we prepared for Frankfurt, includes 3 steps. Financial planning, which determines our current system revenues adequate. So we look at the financial plan, the cost to serve, meaning the overall cost, O&M, CapEx, et cetera, determine if rates need to go up or down. The second step is the cost of service, or class cost of service, sometimes it's referred to as, and that determines how costs should be recovered by class. So do costs need to go up or down, depending on how costs are allocated. So we look at the test year revenue requirements, we develop allocation factors, and assign costs to classes based on a variety of methods which are outlined in the report, which I believe most of you should have at your disposal, which has a lot of the details and work papers within that. That's an important input into the rate design process, which helps us to determine how rates and services should be priced for residential, commercial, large industrial, et cetera. So we look at a lot of different components that come out of the class cost of service analysis, different, the cost for energy, the cost for capacity, the cost for distribution, and even customer service. Those are all very helpful, important inputs into the process. So with regards to the test year revenue requirement, which is shown here on this slide with an adjusted test year, for Frankfurt we use the utility approach, which is a very common approach. There's the utility approach and cash approach. The utility basis looks at the net income statement. So what are our costs, depreciation, interest, net income, etc., to determine how much revenue do we need to collect and bring in to generate a positive net income, and more importantly, a positive return on rate base, which folks may be familiar with. So based on the analysis that's put forth here, the net revenue requirement is $63.6 million. With that, currently at a negative net income of $1.5 million, which is not necessarily a good place to be as a utility. So when we look at the cost of service results in the top, and we look at our plant in service, the 45 million or 46 million there in the top row with a negative net income of 1.5 million, you can see we have a negative return on rate base. And usually that's not something that's going to go too well for too long. And we can see how that, when we allocate that return and that those costs to the various classes, you can see where there is a even further negative return on rate base for residential, general service, what's called gratis and electric department and municipal rates, where there's a positive return in the larger classes. What that's indicating is that residential needs to come up a little bit more than, let's say, large power. So when we do an equalized rate of return, and we want on the bottom everyone to earn the same rate of return, we equalize that, and it would indicate on the bottom the overall level of increase. So in order to generate that 7% rate of return, which is actually quite a bit lower than your industrial utility, or your investor-owned utilities like LG&E, KU, some of those like IPL in Indiana, they're going to be over 9, 10. So at 7%, I don't recall what the basis for that was, but I'm sure Greg probably talked about that 2 weeks ago. But that indicates that we have a deficiency. So we need to increase overall revenues by 7.8%. And this is, again, this is an indication. This is not necessarily a prescription. So cost of service is used as a guide to get us to a position where we're working towards equitable cost recovery amongst customer classes. One of the other good things that comes out of the cost of service analysis is what does it cost to provide the various components of the utility service. So we see the customer cost on the bottom row, $17 for residential as an example. That's probably a little higher than the current customer charge. We also get the demand cost, which is about $19 to $18 on large power, which is, includes your demand, your distribution, your capacity generation cost, and your power supply contracts. And then your energy cost on the top row, which is the cost for energy, and that's actually quite low. When you look at it across the country, 3 cents is it's pretty good. So those are instrumental in helping us and to frame up the rate design. So all those things that we talked about as far as the cost of service and the revenue requirement, the proposal is to do 3.9% increases over the next 2 years, 2 base rates. That would be done in 24 and 25. But as we can see, the indicated cost of service of 7.8%, that's the indicated increase, and we're going to do it over 2 years. Some classes should be getting more. Residential, again, the cost of service that indicated 19.5%, whereas large industrial high load factor was minus 4.86. But we're not proposing to do 19.5%. We're going to do about half of that. So we're keeping the increases by class to no more than 150% of the system average. So 3.9%, 150% of that would be approximately 5.85%. So we're working towards cost of service gradually, not to tear off a Band-Aid and hurt anybody at the end of the month. So very slow, gradual increases. That's one of the key tenets to doing good rate making. You can also see some of the other classes in the indication of cost of service adjustments with the municipal and the large industrial load factor, where they're not getting a 3.9, but just a lower increase of 2.1 and 2.0 there in 24 and 25. So again, it was used as a guide as opposed to just a prescriptive measure. Some of the other things that were talked about 2 weeks ago, goals of the study were to reduce interclass subsidies based on the cost of service. So that's that whole thing we talked about, is we're working towards cost of service, not just going straight to it. But we want to work to reduce those inequities between classes and within classes. Second, we want to increase the fixed cost recovery. We saw there on the cost of service slide, I think it was $17 was the monthly customer cost. So we're going to work that up slowly over time, not just in the residential class, but in some of the other classes as well. Third, the creation of the general service demand rate for those customers between 50 and 500 to provide that kind of middle ground that doesn't exist today, to bridge that gap between the very large customers like your heavy industrial customers and your donut shops. I always like to throw out Dunkin' Donuts and a steel mill. They're quite different in size and complexity, so that's where that rate would reside. Finally, the high load factor rate, moving that demand charge up to be closer to the cost to provide service. I think what we saw in 2 slides ago is that the demand cost for Frankfurt is about $17 to $18 per kilowatt month. So we're going to work towards that over the next couple of years. And then finally, eliminating the gratis and municipal rate and charging these customers based on the applicable rate that they should be in, based on their service characteristics, not on what business resides there. So we're treating them just like anybody else. And if they remain, then we would suggest the creation of a municipal rate, and I believe that is actually offered as an option in the study results. A lot more slides to go to, but happy to answer questions or go further in any one area if you would like.
Any members have any questions right now?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, John.
And again, I wrestle with it, and I don't have a perspective. The difference between putting everybody in their class or going with the municipal for the city, the county, the schools, Kentucky State, so forth. Again, for those ratepayers, how much difference would it make? How much difference would it make to them? And what's the advantage of going one way or the other? I mean, I know it simplifies not having this extra class.
Oh, this last bullet here?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think right now the municipal rate, if I recall correctly, it was let me go back to this. It was an all energy rate, right? So when you do all energy for any size class, people with very low load factor, think about maybe somebody just turns their load on every once in a while. Well, their actual all-in cost to provide service, because they hit that spike in demand, it's quite a bit higher than 8.9 cents. So when you put them in the right rate class, they'll probably, based on their actual service characteristics, those kind of really spiky customers will see a higher bill. On the other hand, those customers that have a more even or flat profile, think about like this is the municipal rate, this type of building. Depending on the load factor, it may see a decrease or maybe not that much of an increase. So it's going to really depend on the customer, but really what we're trying to do is make sure that the customers within the classes are paying their equitable share, not necessarily fair share, but what it actually does cost to serve them. So you'll see some movement around in bills, but in total, I think the design was to be net neutral.
I think what Craig did with the municipal class is he took the general service demand and just applied, it was like 5 or 10%, just like a flat discount. So it's structured the same as an industrial, like a light industrial rate, but just with that discount added for being a municipal customer.
So what's the trend around the country? Is the trend around the country with municipals, not necessarily for profits, but for the municipals, to go with to eliminate the municipal rate and go with the other, or which way, or is it just?
Yes, it's to work away from getting into this where we treat the city governments differently, rather than to just treat them like they would be any other customer, a bank or a McDonald's or a Walmart. They're a load, and we want to recover our costs from those buildings just the same as we would with anybody else. So it'd be non-discriminatory. In a lot of our rate studies, it's going around and cleaning up some of the old tariffs, like old schools and churches rates, or the best one I think I've seen is the cotton gin rate out in West Texas. That one was pretty good. So some of those things have just been lingering around for 30 to 40 years.
So right now, our municipals, what does that cover? I mean, we don't, that's not a rate we give to state government buildings, is it? That they pay like any other type business, correct? So what's covered right now under that municipal rate? Is that schools and city and county buildings, or is it?
City, fiscal court, sewer department,
Okay,
the schools, city and county schools. I think
Okay.
that's the line.
pretty much it, okay, all right. Anyone else?
Kentucky State University, actually, they are in the state government, they are not in the municipal rate.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't have any other slides. We
Okay.
have a lot of the actual details in here, but that's really just.
I think one of the other things that Craig talked about in the original meeting is that under the rate design that you all proposed, even with the 3.9% increase, what we've done is we have charged this power cost adjustment for the last few months that's going to be going away at the beginning of the fiscal year. So, at the end of the day, the comparison of a bill, do you have that slide in terms of a comparison of a bill as to for a residential user?
Yeah, we can kind of talk about it in general terms on this, I think.
Sure, that's
Yeah.
fine. Or I think there was, at least in Craig's presentation. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
So that's base rates to base rates. That does not include.
You gotta go to the mic there.
Okay, all right, sure. Yeah, I can touch on this
Yeah.
one. This is base rates to base rates. So when you look at those, the bottom table there, thank you. Take for instance a 1,000 kilowatt hour customer. Their change is going to be $6.34 a month, but they're currently paying it's $6.75 a month for the PCA. So that's rolling off. The rate's rolling back on. So when it's all said and done, basically year one anyways, not talking fiscal year 25, but year one anyways, they're going to see a little savings if they're right in that class. Now, if they're a lower user, you see the bill change is a little less.
Right.
So it has to do with the fixed charge changing versus the variable charges. So
Right.
the lower KWH users may see a little increase, but your average kind of right there in that middle, you're one anyway.
And our average residential user is about 12. Is it about 1,000?
1,200 is what we have always called
That's
kind of
okay.
a regular average residential user.
So because of that adjustment, with that power cost adjustment going off, even with a rate increase for the first year, the net effect on that average customer's bill is going to be negligible for the first year. Then they would probably see a slight raise the next year. Okay. Do any other members have questions? Steve? Nope. What else? Jason?
I did want to make a note on what he said and kind of the philosophy behind it.
Sure.
On the municipal rate, moving toward this, peak
Yes.
charging,
Mhm.
I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, as he was saying, that people who keep a steady peak will
Right.
pay less,
Mhm.
and people who have a more volatile peak.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to do that with a residential because, I mean, in some places like California, they do some of that, and people will have their washer and dryer, and they'll do all that. But the thing is, I think municipals are large enough that they have the staff who can start to look at conservation, energy efficiency, load shifting,
Right.
and it actually could become cheaper for the municipal utility if they start to deal with those peaks, which is good for us too.
Yes.
Because right now, we're just absorbing all those peaks, and
Right.
we're kind of pushing it out in the rate class by
Right.
making sure the end user is responsible for how they use power.
Exactly.
We're kind of putting in their court to take control of how
Yeah.
and the frequency they use. It's a good
Yeah,
summation.
one of the things that you really is the municipals on the water utilities on the municipal rate, correct?
They are.
So that'd be like one you think about where now they have a demand charge and an energy charge. So it really says make sure you pump at night or store at night because they're going to be off peak. So if they're pumping at 3 or 4 in the afternoon during your peak, well, and they're not pumping during the night, they're actually costing a lot more for all the other ratepayers. So this does correct some of those inequities, and to your point, start to make adjustments in your system with how you actually operate your other municipal loads.
Is Kathy, have we received any comments on this?
I have not, Kathy Lindsay had not, and.
We have anybody signed up?
Mr. McDonald, did you have any? Okay, just one make sure, so we do not have anybody else signed up
Okay.
to speak.
All right. Okay, then. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Andy, thank you for being here as well. And we will, this will be on the agenda at our next meeting. If anyone has any comments, they can certainly contact us here by phone, like I said, or by at the website. Get those comments that you have in by June 26th in advance of our meeting on the 27th. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is, Travis, knock off about 4:15 today, buddy. Okay. Yeah. Item 1.3, consider award of RFP 2023-3 easement preparation. Adam Heller.
Staff recommends approval of RFP 223-3 for easement preparation to Team Official. The invitation was sent to 3 companies, publicly advertised. Team Official provided the lowest quote for the service. Once this is approved, we will start preparing the grants for the county deal. That's the other thing is we will, since we haven't heard from the county, I don't know, we might, if you approve it today, we might put this on pause until we know to move forward. But that's basically what this is for, is this was actually under Rainbow's contract, but since we're no longer with them, we broke this out separate and we actually got a little bit better rate, so.
I might just pass out, if the board's pleasure, would you all think it'd be appropriate for Gary to contact the county, tell them our next meeting's on June 27th, that we've got this RFP, and if they could let us know, because when the clock, as I understand, Adam, the clock with the state
It's not changing.
is not changed, so
Correct.
we're waiting, and I understand the county wants to do their due diligence,
Right.
but the clock's still ticking towards the end date.
Yeah.
And like you said, I think it makes sense if
Yeah.
we approve this,
Yeah, I
pause
mean-
before we execute, but if we're gonna keep this vendor waiting, we probably ought to give them some idea when they might start the work, because they need to plan their workload, staff, and so
Yeah,
forth.
I mean, basically, if we approve this, we're looking at doing, there's approximately 800 easements, and they would have them done by November. And so as longer we wait, that's gonna push that window,
And there's no use spending this money if the county doesn't wanna go forward, correct?
unless we change our plans
Right.
for our expansion.
Right. Does that seem feasible, that if we adopt this, then Gary would also contact the county judge or, his staff and say, I know, we know you're looking at it, but let us know could you let us know if you're proceeding, or do you have any other questions?
So I guess what you're asking for is a motion to approve it.
Right.
But before money is spent or before any work is done on the
Right.
proposal, make sure that the county
County is
is
on
willing
board, yes.
to go ahead. That's fine with me. I'll make that motion if it's in order, unless you want to entertain questions, Steve.
County's on board in writing to us.
Well, as soon as they have the 11
They have
agreements to
to they have to
sign.
sign
Okay,
the
okay,
agreements.
well, that-
Yeah,
that's
so
fine.
as soon as they sign them, they're on board. If they don't sign,
Okay.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So I will make that motion.
Hey, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Approved.
Thank you.
Next item, consider award of bid invitation number 1783 for replacement of the HVAC system at the telecom building to McNally Heating and Cooling in the amount of $65,300. How you doing?
Good afternoon. We sent a bid for the replacement of the HVA system at the telecom building. The current system consists of multiple units of various different sizes. They're all original to the building from 1993. One of those units is completely down. The others have had multiple service calls and still continue to fail. So this was a budgeted item in the current budget. And McAnally Heating and Cooling had the lowest bid that met the specs. We received 2 bids.
Hey, does anybody have any questions on this proposal? you don't want to go to Walmart and buy the box fans. They're on
They
sale.
probably want those right now, but
Yeah.
And how does this compare to the budget?
it's under budget. They had budgeted for HVAC and insulation. They're only going to do the HVAC, so it's under about 35,000, 35,000 less because they're just doing the HVAC.
Why do they take the insulation off?
I don't know. Does anyone will say he might have to be here?
Sure.
Originally, we got into looking at HVAC, and we actually worked with GRW and started looking at different systems, and those price tags were coming in about $700,000.
Oh.
And it was, so we scaled back, and then we looked at just replacing what we had with higher efficiencies. And so that's the option we went with. The other thing is they were having to pull the ceilings out, and it was, for what we were going to gain, I don't think it was much. So we just went with replace what was in place.
Okay, thanks.
Higher efficiency.
So does anybody have any other questions for Leanne? If not, do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further questions? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Approved.
Thank you.
This is the moment I know you all been waiting for, a lot of excitement. Item number 2.1 is review and discussion of the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget and financial plan through fiscal year 2028. And with the board's permission, what I've asked David Denton to do is to give us a general overview of the assumptions, what was used to put this together budget. As you all know, inflation's been high. For much of the year already, it's been 6%. It's ticked down to about 5%. But we'll have a new number in June. This budget, as I understand, has the KYMEA rates built into it. What I've asked Dave to do is ask each department to make 3 major presentations in terms of telecom, electric, and water. Talk about any changes, new proposals. At any time anybody wants to stop, ask any questions, whatever, we'll do it. And then when we kind of wrap through that initial presentation, we'll talk specifically about some things like salary increases. There's some pending economic development issues that we won't be talking about here, but everybody just needs to know the understanding is if those materialize, then we may have to come back and do a budget amendment at some point, but we're still on hold. We don't know if we're at that point or not. We've also had some very, very preliminary discussion with the city in terms of if they'd be interested in community solar 2, 3, and 4. They're looking at that, but again, that's their call. If they're interested, then we'd have to come back, do an RFP to go on and contract for that with the goal of trying to get it online by the end of the year and deal with that. But again, there's no action need to take on that at this point till the city decides if, and it would be totally contingent with that, is we want to see the final RFP and say, so would they, on what the cost to be to install 2, 3, and 4. But so they're thinking about that. But again, there's no use putting that in here one way or the other, because that's what, David, $1 million plus?
That's my understanding.
Yeah, to put that in and try to accommodate it if they're gonna feel that's not particularly where they wanna go. So if that format's okay, David, you give the overview and then the department presentations you wanna do.
Sounds good.
And seriously, I think on behalf of everybody, the work you and your staff did on the book, the supplemental information, everything, you all did, as usual, did a really good job. So thank you.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you all for having us today. It really is an honor to be able to present the budget, and also for our customer owners, just kind of want to make a comment that it's a large responsibility keeping a 24/7 utility operating in a safe manner. Take that very seriously, and also from the financial perspective, we really work to be good stewards and fiduciaries of the customer owners' money. So everything we do is with those things in mind. So like Mr. Cuban said, I'm going to start with some general comments, and then we'll move through each of the divisions and departments. So I think it's important to start. It's a little cliche to talk about the mission statement, but I do like to go through it every year because I think everything we do is working towards this mission. The Frankfurt Plant Board's mission is to enhance our community and benefit customers by safely, reliably, and economically providing services while maintaining a responsive, well-managed, environmentally sensitive, and sound organization grounded in integrity. So every decision we're making when we're setting up this budget and we're operating throughout the year is that comes to mind. Is this in the mission? Does this help deliver the safe, reliable, economic utility, and that's kind of how we frame every expense and every decision we have budget-wise. Looking here, kind of setting the table a little bit for what the plant board's financial requirements are. The plant board is an independent entity that's formed under Kentucky Revised Statutes 96172 through 96188. A notable part in those statutes that we are required to have an annual external audit by a certified public accountant. And we have historically had clean, unqualified opinions. FPB is considered a special purpose governmental entity, a SPGE. This is per KRS 65A. So you can see there are several different requirements that we must meet. We register our board members and pay the fee to the Department of Local Government by July 15th of each year. We must have the board approved budget by the very first day of the fiscal year, July 1st of each year. Our budget is posted on the DLG website by July 16th. Any amendments are posted by the end of the fiscal year, and then we do also put our annual audit out there on that website. So any of our customer owners can go out to the DLG website, search the Frankfurt Electric Water Plant Board, and get all that information, in addition to our own website. And then one thing worth mentioning, the third point there, per our revenue bond requirements, we do report our continuing financial disclosure information on the EMA website, and that is out there for anybody who wants to go out and see those reportings as well. Looking at financial stability, I think it's important to highlight FPB has a A rating through Standard & Poor's. We are monitored and updated frequently. I believe it was in September of 22 that we had an update, so they do reach out to us and update those frequently. Fitch Rating Agency gave our wholesale power provider, KYMEA, Kentucky Municipal Energy Agency, an A rating, which was primarily predicated on the credit quality of Frankfurt Plant Board as the largest all requirements member. That's worth noting. Significant benefits come from our financial strength. When we do need to go out to the market for debt, we're able to get some of the lowest interest rates in the market because of our financial strength. And it also helps us to be able to keep our rates low. The better that we can better manage the utility, keep costs low, and do our best to try to avoid or minimize rate adjustments. Looking here at a rate discussion, this is a good place to start every year. Is customers want to know what are my rates, how are my rates calculated, and what are they, where's it going? And there are four main parts of what we consider revenue requirements. What revenue does it take for the utility to function, operate, and carry out its mission? The four different ones are your operating and maintenance expenses, the capital investment needed to put back into the system to be able to keep it functioning 24/7, debt service, and then maintaining cash reserves. So talk about our operating maintenance expenses. These are the expenses day to day that it takes to actually operate the utility. You've got to be able to cover those first. Of note, the largest operating item we have is our wholesale power cost. That's about 45% of our total budget and 82% of the electric division's budget. When you look at, your three largest expenses, wholesale power, payroll, and benefits, you're looking about 70% of the budget. So the second piece of the revenue requirements is capital investment. It takes a lot of money and investment back into the electric, water, and telecom system to be able to deliver reliable service 24/7. So you can see there, the 61% of all of our assets are in property, plant, and equipment, net of accumulated depreciation. And we have a historic amount of capital infrastructure investment in this 5-year plan before you, about $87 million in investment, which is that's a significant historic amount that we put right back into the system. The next one, debt service. You need to have enough revenue left over after operating expenses and investment in your plant to be able to service principal and interest on debt. We typically only issue debt for large capital projects that require significant cash outflow that we do try to self-fund as much as possible, but at times you do need to go out to take on additional debt to get the project complete. And then the last piece there is a revenue requirement would be the cash reserves. It's important to be able to keep our bond rating up. Rating agencies are looking very much at that cash that you have on hand. We look to try to stay around 90 to 100 days of operations and maintenance expense on hand. But when you get up into your AAAs and your highest credit ratings, you're looking at, 150 and plus. So that's kind of hard to achieve, but the more cash, the better for that bond rating, and able to keep our cost of borrowing low when needed. And then cash reserves also needed for unanticipated cost contingencies, natural disasters, ice storms, tornadoes, and then we never thought living through a pandemic. So those are the four pieces that the rates go to cover those four areas. Looking here at key takeaways, just as we get started, one thing is we're looking at little to no growth in water and electric usage, and we're not looking for significant demand, additional demand for telecommunication services. So we're talking about top line growth is relatively flat. You combine that with point number 2, their operating costs are rising. We are in the market for services and goods just like everyone else. So the plant board has seen elevated operating cost compared to the last decade. And that also bleeds over into our capital projects, and equipment are also much more whenever you look at those. And then the last piece is the historical investment infrastructure. We'll talk about that, mainly being driven by our next band overbuild and potential county fiber expansion. This is just a little layout of the revenue and expenses, revenue in the blue line, expenses in the orange line. Then we have the percentage change in each shown below. So you can see their revenue is, I mentioned that one of the takeaways is we're not really showing basically flat water and electric usage from our customers. And really the main growth in telecom is a county expansion and also some incremental revenue as customers shift to next band tiers. But the difference between that blue line and the orange line is the margin we need to fulfill the other 3 pieces of our revenue requirements: the capital investment, debt service, and cash reserves. So you definitely want to see a separation between those 2 lines. You can see out in years 4 and 5 of this budget, 27, 28, it does get hard to budget out that far. A lot of things can be different than your estimates, but you're starting to see revenue and expenses very close together, essentially eliminating your operating margin, which is could over time put pressure on your need to have rate adjustments. So we're looking next year, you'll see in that yellow line, the percentage change in expenses, a 9% change in expenses year over year estimated from the 23 budget to 24 budget, and that's mainly driven by 90% of that is wholesale power cost increases. Here's a little look at total revenue between the 3 divisions. You can see just under over 65 million, or 60% of our budget is electric. You have 27%, almost $30 million in our telecom, and then water is just under 14 million, 13% of total revenue. Looking at expenses, this is for the next year, 24, just kind of lays out what it did here is take any expense or combination of expenses, $500,000 or more, and then we dumped all the rest into other. But you can see they're the top 3, wholesale power, payroll, and benefits is about 71% of total budget. We talk about price increases. This is going to be something we talk, hear a lot today. But this is just, we've all lived it and experienced it. This is just the consumer price index for all items over the last 2 years. You can see we're about just hovering around 5% right now. The personal consumption index is very much tracking this as well. So this is just give those watching at home and everyone here a little feel for what we've gone through. We've definitely seen our operating costs go up. Like I said, we're about 7% above last year as we sit today. So here's a little look. You can see historic trends in our expenses for each of the divisions, admin, and then company-wide. You see that 5-year average, we actually had a decrease, which correlates to the transition over to KYMEA. We had about a 10% reduction in wholesale power costs that began in May of 19, and that was a big driver of that overall decrease. And you can see the 3-year average and 1-year average. Well, let's do the 3-year average. You're running closer to that 2% inflation number that we saw for a long time. So we were keeping costs contained, which is a good thing. 1 year change in actual expenses, that is what we're seeing from last year to this year. So you can see at the very bottom, company-wide, running around 7% year over year change in expenses. And then in the budget before you for 24 through 28, average between 3 and 5% increase in expenses over time is what we're looking at. So definitely higher than what we've seen in recent years, which is, once again, you have pretty much flat top-line revenue growth. You've got increasing expenses, so that's putting pressure on operating margins, which means you're going to eventually get into some rate adjustments needed. Looking at some of the three largest expenses, I thought I would hit on those just real quick. This is the wholesale power cost trends. You can see back when we hit 19, switching to KYMEA, you can see the reduction we've had. And then looking out the next 5 years, we're getting closer to where we were back in 2019. So this dip that we've had right there has allowed the company, it's really, we haven't had a rate increase in electric since July of 2017, which is pretty phenomenal considering what you see some other operators doing out there. So that's very good for our customers. It's great, but we've just naturally seen increase in wholesale power costs that are now coming back. So we had a good run, and it's allowed us to be able to be a lot healthier as a utility and able to keep our rates low and be more competitive. But that's something that's going to be, we're getting back to where annual rate adjustments to electric could be something needed if we continue this trend. This budget was based before any depancaking information came out about a week ago, but so this is all prior to that, so none of that is built into this budget at this time. We talk about payroll and benefits. This is just showing the difference in payroll and benefits, I should say payroll and headcount over time. I think it's on page 16 of our, let's see here, let's see what page it is. Page 16 of our budget. You can see this year we're budgeting around 16 million, take that back, $17 million. That's 16 million base and overtime of $1 million for total gross wages of around 17 million. You can see our head count did increase a little bit as we brought the Network Operations Center back in-house. We had contracted it out for some years, and board decided to bring that back, so that was really what led to the increase in head count from 19 and 20. Looking at some of the health insurance is always a topic. You can see we've been able to keep our self-funded plan pretty stable. We are projecting $3 million in healthcare for the next 5 years. We're running around right now about 2.5 is what we're projecting for this current year. You can see the breakdown. About 24% of our self-funded healthcare cost is fixed, with the rest, 76% being claims. So, you know, we have $3 million budgeted. We're coming in 2.5 this year. So you could always be under, and you can definitely have just one claim can shoot your budget for the year. So,
and I think on David, that one, just interject, I think on that one, you're budgeting on the fiscal year, and then when we get to October, we'll actually have more details from you and Nichelle once we see, because our health insurance is on a calendar year.
correct.
And we'll have a better feel for what that's gonna look like, and I know there's a lot of activity in the network right now, and will continue to be, so we'll kind of have to see what those rates actually look like, but for right now, you're assuming just the costs remain relatively stable.
Yes,
Yeah.
we are. It's about $3 million for the next 5 years. Looking now, we talk about, of the 3 points we mentioned, capital infrastructure investment was a big one. So you can see here, this is looking back from 2001 through projecting out to 28. You can see 23 and 24, 25, 23 through 26, a very large amount of over $20 million a year in infrastructure investment. Some of that, most of it's being driven by the next span overbuild and also the county extension that we've got in this plan. You can see in 16 and 17, that was the head end and admin building, so that we were starting to reach some high levels then of investment, but this just shows you being a municipal utility, you know, there is no profit motive. Every bit of the dollars we have goes right back into the utility. So this is, it's an exciting time and going to be some very busy people over the next few years. Looking at, we talk about debt service, just want to get a little summary of where we are. You've got the green line there is the actual debt balance, with the bar charts being the principal and interest debt service. So you can see it was in fiscal '23 that we defeased bonds, paid off a few KIA notes, and had a significant reduction in debt. I think we're around $5.5 million in total debt right now, with $1.3 million in annual debt service. So it's just about 1% of revenue, which is solid. It allows us to put more money right back into the system and not spend on interest. So this is what we look like, the existing debt we currently have right now. In this plan, we do propose borrowing $3 million a year for years 2 through 5 of this budget, so $12 million to help with the next band expansion. So this shows we would have, I believe it's in December of 29 that the telecom's current note rolls off. It's around $1 million in debt service a year. So we're turning around and basically going to be replacing that with new borrowing, pushing out around $1 million a year in debt service. Very reasonable for the amount of revenue being collected, and we don't think debt service is going to be a huge drag on the company at all. So that's just wanted to show what that looks like. I'll pause there as far as the actual overview before we get into the divisions. But I just want to walk through real quick. In the board packet we go through electric, water, and telecom, and then all the admin departments. We provide a statement of revenue, expenses, and change per net position for each of the divisions, and also for the admin departments. And then we come back around and create a funding summary that shows how we go from an accrual-based income statement to a cash basis statement to kind of give us a feel for what our cash looks like over time. I would like to turn to your board books just for a moment to this is page 8. This is a company-wide funding summary. So each of these funding summaries, they're in front of the company-wide section, electric, water, and telecom. It gives an overview of a summary of the revenue and expenses, and then we come back in, add in our non-cash items for depreciation and our pension liability. We show our principal payments and debt service. Then we show what we project to spend, invest in capital projects. And then you get to line 245, what we expect the company's cash reserve balance to be in any given year. And you can see we're hovering around 90 days cash on hand is what we're showing throughout the 5-year plan. One thing is worth noting, all divisions do start to get really close, and that revenue and expense line start to meet. Basically, our operating margin is continuing to decline. And of course, if we're not growing, then that means rate adjustments might be needed. So one of the biggest things that would help the plant board, and I know any government agency, would be to see growth. So economic development of any kind is very welcome, where it allows us to spread out our fixed cost over a larger base and help really, hopefully, bend downward the trend of rate adjustments needed in the future. But that's really a quick summary of where we are as a company, and I'd be glad to answer any questions and go any detail.
The other thing I'd like to just mention is, David, compliment both you and Katrina, that you all have done, the banking, the interest environment has changed. Mm-hmm. And you all have done an incredible job this year. And of course, state law prescribes, what we can invest in. We don't own any cryptocurrency. But you all have done a great job and actually increased some of that interest income, which is going to allow us later to talk about some projects that we can pay cash for, that there's some interest in, and that's unanticipated one-time money that we can use on a one-time expense. So
yes, sir.
With that, open up. Anybody have any questions at this point? John?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have two. I'd just like to clarify a couple of the points David made when he was talking about assumptions. Number one, he made a quick allusion to the de-pancaking decision. Mm-hmm. That really wasn't something that we had. The decision came down from FERC, and it was really a good decision for us. A decision in the opposite way would have caused us to have to really almost go back to the drawing board.
Yes.
And it would have significantly increased our power costs and had long-term ramifications in a lot of different areas. So we were very, very pleased that went down the way that did. Secondly, you talk about the county build-out and the greenfield in the county of the broadband expansion. I understand it's in the county's hands as to whether they sign the agreement or not. If they don't, this budget was predicated on the county agreeing to that, correct?
Yes, sir.
This borrowing schedule you set out, is also predicated on the county agreeing to that, too.
Yes, it
correct?
is. It is.
So without that, we would have to retrench and figure out, if they decided not to do it, would we try to attack specific areas within the county that are unserved that we feel might turn a faster return than some of the more remote areas?
Yes, sir, that's true. If the county does not continue to go along with the
Right.
project, yes, we would look for, we always had a plan to expand,
Right.
just not maybe at the pace that we
Right.
would with these
Right.
grant funds, but
Right.
that would be
Right.
the plan. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Steve, Catherine? Okay. Next.
Well, we thought we would get in and just walk through each of the divisions and departments and let them just kind of hit the highlights. Overall, we're talking about what we have plans and strategies and what we're trying to accomplish with the budget just being the tool. So I'll turn over to electric.
Good afternoon, everybody. If you want to turn to page 17, our capital budget is where we'll start. As I go through this, we're just going to kind of highlight the areas that are the big drivers for us. Any changes, the stuff that you normally see in a budget, and some new projects and stuff like that. So feel free to stop me anytime if you have any questions. Looking at page 17, once again, look at line number 10. This is one of our big drivers. This is our not finishing up, but this will be a big part of our AMI project, continuation of that, it's 1.3 million. If you go on down to line 30, once again, we've already started this project. It's our Capitol Plaza transformer replacement project, which we still have about over $500,000 left to do it next year. If you move down to line 100, this is a new line item that you probably have not seen before. We have a section of line, which we call transmission line 693. This line is a backup line to our industrial park, and it feeds a large part of the west side of town. And it does go through a good section through Millville of a rural, dense area. And we do have a lot of issues with trees and what have you not outside the right of way. So we're looking at doing some sectionalizing on that, automatic sectionalizing on that to give us a better reliability and not affect either the west or the east side of town. If you move on down to line 180, you will see that this has been in the budget for a while. We have planned on replacing a substation transformer at State Farm Substation. This is one of our larger transformers, and it feeds a critical part of the city and government at $1.2 million. If you look on down to line 205, you will see this is a new line item as well. It's substation security, which we've talked about briefly. We put money in the budget to look at installing cameras, changing out locks, doing some other security initiatives for our substations. Move on down to line 225 and 230. Both these lines, you will see the money amount is, we've already put a bid out for one. You all have already accepted the bid for one. These items we'll be putting out another bid here shortly, and these items will not hit the budget until the following budget year, so I just wanted to bring those out to you because I know you've talked about it before, but just let you see where they fall place. If you look down at line 250, we're looking at adding a back truck to the electric department. The back truck is a very large truck that actually high pressure water, a big vacuum hose, you can dig holes, what have you not. The main purpose behind this one is really with the BUD laws, 811 BUD laws, with the way the emergency locates and what have you not, and with all the utilities in the ground, we use that truck a lot more than what we have in the past. Just because of now, like I said, with the way the rules and laws are, it's hard to put an auger in the ground without finding a utility company the wrong way. So this truck allows us a lot of flexibility of being able to dig a hole with water and not damage anybody's utility company or the utility lines. And the biggest part we think is going to help us out a lot is with emergency locates. With the way the laws have changed on that, you had like 2 hours in the respond. Now you're looking at 48 hours. So when you have a broken pole and you have 1,000 customers off, you can't wait. We got to be able to dig a hole. So that's the purpose for that unit. If you want to go on to our expense page on page 24.
Scott, can I ask you one question?
Sure.
And this, David, this would actually apply to all the departments on all the truck orders and so forth. If they're approved in the budget, given what we've seen on the one bucket truck already, what's the likelihood that if we order them, that we can even get them? I mean, is there a feel that we can't, I mean, not saying whether we need them, but just the fact,
Like this vac truck is
Yeah.
on this year's
Well,
budget, do you think we'll be able to
the
get
vac
it?
truck, talking to the vendors, they feel very confident that we will be able to get one.
In the
by,
next year's?
yes, by late
Okay.
spring of this this coming
Okay.
budget year. So that was one reason why we left that line explicitly in this year's budget, because we were pretty much confident that we will get that truck this year.
and we'd had an earlier discussion, I think it was, well, when we dealt with the one truck and the fact that it was a 2-year lead on it. Have we thought about overall, in the overall budget, do we need to place, since on most of this, we don't have to pay for it up front? Have we thought about overall ordering the equipment now, whether it's in electric, water, or telecom, on the things that we know we can't get this year anyway? And I assume if you get down 2 years from now and you say, we don't want it, I assume there's plenty of people to take the equipment out there if it becomes available. Is that something we've kind of looked at?
Yes, the electric department, I know for sure, we have looked at, looking at our fleet and the policy in place of replacing the fleet vehicles. We've looked really hard at that, and we've kind of planned this budget around that. So I'm not saying we're in great shape, but we're in good shape right now with what we've got.
Okay,
So we have planned in the future. We will be bringing one up here in the next couple of years probably that needs to be replaced in about 4 years. So once again, we're paying attention to that, yes.
and I know I saw, and I think I said just a note out to everybody, that Con Ed in New York is actually trying a heavy-duty bucket truck, electric. 2 motors, 2 sets of batteries, but they're just trying to, I mean, the jury's out, they've not operationalized it yet. So whether it works or not, they think it can run like a day on the batteries for the bucket part. So, but again, that's theory, they've not done it yet, so.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've kind of been watching that too a little bit,
Yeah.
so, yeah. That's like I said, if you don't have any more questions on capital, we'll move on to page 24, expense. And, of course, this is a new line item you'll see on page on line 335, I'm sorry. It's pole inspection. We typically used to try to do a lot of our own pole inspections during rain days and what have you not. With a lot of the workflow going on, we haven't really had a lot of time to really do pole inspections the way we should. So we're gonna put out a RFP, I'm sorry, and hire a company that actually comes in and does pole inspections for us. We're gonna try to do a 3-year program. We got about 15,000 poles in the system. We're gonna try to do about 5,000 poles a year. And, with the past wind we've had this past winter and spring, it's, there's been a lot of rotten poles that show up. So we want to be aggressive with that a little bit. So that's kind of a new line item there that you'll see. Right below it, line 340. Once again, this is one of our largest expense items. It's the tree trimming budget. We held it even last year, and we're holding it even again this year. So we're still at $955,000 for tree trimming.
Same vendor?
Same vendor. So that is a big expense, but it pays itself in multiple dividends. So if you run on down to line 450, this is a new line item you'll see. It's just for this next budget year. We need to, as part of when we're doing our security assessment for substations, we noticed we need to upgrade a lot of signage at our substations. So that's what this $35,000 is going to be upgrading signage on the required substations. If you look down at line 510, we did leave about $25,000 in there for a rate study, and that's to continue on if you all had anything based upon this last one that want to go back and look at anything. So we left that money in there for that purpose. Line 515 below it, general consulting. We did increase this number quite a bit. Talking with Mr. Foster and with future projects and stuff, potential projects, we felt like that we need to have a decent amount of money in there for consulting fees. So that is an increase from last year's budget. If you go to page 25, you will look at line 740.
What's the legislative balance? Is that just a portion of some of the company-wide expense?
I'm sorry?
$5,000 for legislative balance. Is that just a portion of the whole company expense, or
we've always put it in there because of requests. A couple of years ago, I think that was when there were some questions about, was it KMUA and looking at if we need to do other things, so we always have just left that money in there for the board. It was one of those board-driven questions you all asked about years ago, a couple of years ago.
Okay.
So we just left it in there just for whatever.
Okay.
That can be removed if chosen by you all.
Okay.
Line 740, even though it does not hit this next budget year, I just want to go ahead and bring it to your attention. Starting in the following budget year, it's AMI updates. We will pretty much have a big part of our AMI system running after this next budget year, we hope. So after that, we'll be paying for software services, and that will be a continued expense from here on out, as long as we have AMI. So that would be something you will be soon to be seen new, and also future will be a regular thing.
What was that rate? How long do we have that contracted for, and when will that pop back up again?
The AMI,
Yeah, the annual fees.
it's a yearly thing from here on out.
Okay. But that price, is that set?
There is a fixed CPI in the contract. I'd need to go back and brush up on the details, but I think it was set at 2.9%, or right around that 3% is fixed throughout the duration of the contract. And I want to say it was 10 years.
Okay.
Was the total contract. Now, more than likely, we'll want to renew because
Right.
the meters will still have life.
Right.
But I need to go back and brush up on the numbers.
We signed that contract when we did the original deal. We signed that contract for a term for. I
Correct.
thought it was like 10 or 15 years. I wasn't sure. Though.
Yeah, that sounds right, and that includes all the pricing. Once we finish deployment onto the end of the contract, and luckily, yes, they agreed to fixed escalation in the contract, so
Okay.
I think we're okay there. And that the software fee that Scott mentioned, that's been a known thing, so
Right.
it was included in the budget projections.
And that's really all the highlights that I was gonna bring up, unless you all have other questions that you all like to ask.
I did
How
have
about
one.
is this a good point to ask about the home energy audit program?
Yeah, I had a question about that as well, but
Where's that, what have you got budgeted, and what's been
It's-
our use this year, and?
yeah, we kept it at $40,000, which is what it's been the past few years. They had a lot of, I think, personnel transitions over the past year, and I think they got a little behind on the program. So it sat stagnant for a while, but I think they've righted the ship on that, and I think it's picking back up. I know they've done half a dozen, between 10, somewhere in that neighborhood so far. One request they had is, I think just due to inflation and price increases that everybody else is seeing, the contract is for $2,000 per customer is the max. They've made a couple requests to increase that number. Obviously, if we keep the $40,000 number, that just means less people served. So maybe something for the board to consider. The plan, at least from my perspective anyway, was we would need to renew the contract for the new budget year. It ends June 30th, same as our fiscal year. Possibly, if the board wants to consider amendment, then do we keep it $2,000 per customer? Do we want to look at a little bump per customer, but keep the $40,000 the same?
Have we ever spent the 40,000?
We've never hit the limit. No, we have not yet.
Do they have sorry, John? Do they have a suggestion on what to raise that limit to?
They have one customer in particular. They asked for $4,000 for one customer. They did the assessment, and that's what the prices came back into them, was that $4,000. That was just one time.
Right.
But my understanding and our interpretation of the contract is it's pretty clear that we couldn't approve that under the current terms. So I think they're kind of sitting and waiting with that one to see if the board.
Well, I mean, I would, 4,000 is probably a bit much, but I think 2,500 would be a 25% increase over the old limit. So I mean, I think something like that would be perfectly. I would be fine raising the limit, and then until they spend the $40,000, I don't think we need to make the budget line item any bigger.
Yeah.
That's just my thought. I don't know what anybody else thinks.
Gus, have any thoughts on that one?
I agree.
Raise it to 2,500, but leave the,
Yeah, and that'll be,
line at
let's
40,000.
let's go ahead and leave the line at 40,000 if that's okay. And then Travis, when you all get ready to do the contract renegotiations, tell them, it's kind of our preference to make it 2,500. I mean, I know it won't help that one individual, but if we suddenly make it go from 2,000 to 4,000, I just think,
Yeah, I mean, you
I just think it's really good.
yeah.
We're either going to really pour more money into it, or we're just going to, really limit the number of people that can do it. So.
Who typically gets these audits? Who typically gets the audits?
Yeah, it's based on the income requirements that they have for the rest of their program. So they do the customer intake, make sure they meet the income limits that they would have for the rest of their
What is it,
programs.
about 150% of poverty?
That sounds right, yeah. Or maybe is that the way you remember
Yeah,
it?
that's what I remember.
200%.
Yeah. It may be 200%. Yeah, 200%
Well,
of
the thing to do is
poverty.
I'll keep track here, and then at the end, we'll kind of have an omnibus motion. It's that congressional talk,
I heard
Sorry, Travis, I missed 4,000. They were wanting to go to 4,000.
They have one customer that's how much they would need to do all the improvements that were recommended. Again, it was just that one. I've had a couple more requests for 2,100, 2,200, kind of just above the limit that we're still are kind of in limbo. But yeah, there was one it was actually, I think, a little bit more than 4,000 they were asking. But again, that, at 2,000, we're still a pretty small customer base that we can serve, at 20%.
Remind me, I know we talked about this about a year ago. What's covered kind of under the service? Obviously, a normal baseline, basic caulking, things like that.
That's what that would be the most customers receive. Little insulation, weather stripping, that kind of stuff. Again, they have to meet the income level, the low income level, and they have to be an FPB electric customer. They go in and do the analysis through their contractor. They have a contractor they use, and then make the improvements.
And Bluegrass Community Action, if I'm correct, is the federal LIHEAP provider. So they have LIHEAP money to both help low-income homes with their bills and with weatherization also, don't they?
Right, yes,
Yeah.
that's my understanding, yep.
And those are 100% federal funds, I believe.
Yeah,
Are we
that's the
able,
way I understand.
Are we able to tap that on behalf of these
Well, that's what I was
customers?
wondering, how they coordinate. And the idea when we went with them was that people would have like a one-stop source,
Yeah.
that we wouldn't be doing an audit recommend, then they'd have to go find another agency, that one agency would be there. And one of the concerns have always been, just from my past experience with LIHEAP, is you don't want somebody recommending a bunch of changes that people don't need and being taken advantage of. That you want, if someone says you need the following, that the homeowner knows this makes sense, this is gonna save money, and not being, I don't wanna say ripped off, but not being taken advantage of.
Yeah, it's at least a conflict. I mean, even if you assume that they're, everybody has the best intentions, for somebody to come in and do an audit and then say, oh, by the way, we can also perform these services that we're recommending. It is a conflict. So
Yeah.
it kind of. Plus, there was always the concern too. If we just did the audit, is anybody ever actually going to make the improvement?
Right.
And,
Right.
right.
That's
Right. So
changing
that's
that
how we
right.
landed where we are
Yeah.
today. Yeah.
I guess I like the idea of maybe giving a little more wiggle room, but it seems like having a formula doesn't catch all, just saying a flat fee. So is there a way we could structure this to have some variability into it going forward, if they could petition us or give you staff? Because if it's a slam dunk, if it's $4,000 and it's an absolute slam dunk, that may actually be more effective than 2,000 for a different customer, So I don't know, just something for us to think about.
I mean, we could entertain the possibility of raising it to 2,500 just for basic inflation,
Yeah.
but then putting like a hardship in for up to an additional, say, $1,000 or something with prior approval.
Yeah.
But they'd have to show, we've done it, here's the analysis, it's gonna save, it's gonna pay off. And then not, like I said, it doesn't have what John was fearful of, it doesn't automatically just change the bar to 30, where that becomes, because if you change the number to 35, all of a sudden everything's 3,500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But did you say there's federal money that
There is
they
federal
also
money.
have?
Yeah.
So why aren't they combining
Yeah.
the monies?
To be honest with you, I think they do have other income sources they use. One thing they told us they liked about our program is that if the customer, for whatever reason, and sorry, I didn't get into the explicit details on it, but maybe they didn't qualify for other programs. This was a good supplemental one to that. But yes, I think they have other incomes, specifically LIHEAP.
I like the hard and fast rule because it's not as vulnerable to misuse. The $2,500 is an increase. We can look at 3 next year, but to have, instances where someone might, then that can become more regular and
I guess the other question I have too is, there's one house needs $4,000 worth of work. Is there anything stopping them from doing $2,500 of this work or $22,000 of this work to do the things that might have the most impact?
Yeah.
Or is it kind of an all or nothing thing? That would be the question I would probably go back and ask them as to whether
I would need
that's
that.
something they want to, and even if we can't pay for the entire amount, maybe they can maybe they can spend whatever our limit is on things that might have the greatest impact.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
What I may do, Travis, just throw this out to everybody, is preliminary go on and adopt 2,500, keep the 40,000, and then maybe ask you at a future meeting to invite them.
Okay.
And bring them to a meeting, and then we can talk to them some more, and they can explain what they're doing.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
And
Will
then,
do.
and then to Steve's point, I was in agreement with you on, I think if we did have some type of higher amount, they would have to be some type of justification based on a watts per dollar invested saved or something that would basically show that this makes a lot of sense. Because I agree with Steve. It's just like, oh, now it's 3,500. We can.
well, again, I guess I'm coming from, I've been taught to be cynical about that if you can create the justification if you want. I mean, it's just.
Of course. No, I agree with that. There would have to be some type of.
Which one of us was
Yeah,
cynical?
which one?
Both of you.
Anyhow, well, thank you for going into that a little bit more depth.
Sure. Yep.
John, do you want to get us back to a master budget now? I one line item.
Scott, is that,
That's it for us, unless you all have any more questions.
any other questions for electric?
I'd like to give just a quick summary, if you don't mind, from the big picture financial side. So in this budget, we have assumed in fiscal year 24 and 25 that we would enact the recommended rate increases that you saw from the electric cost of service study. And then years 3, 4, and 5, we're assuming that we would pass through any wholesale power cost increases that we receive. We would pass those on to customers.
Right, and what's not stated here, and it's a total unknown, was this year is gonna be a year of transition, but assuming the depancaking holds, and then we get into year 2, we'll have a better feel on how that's gonna play out also.
Yes, sir. So we would recommend the first year increase of 3.9, but then after that, if we have better than expected financial performance, and the depancaking information becomes more clear, some of these adjustments might be able to come down a little bit.
And to do a commercial for what you all have done and what KYMEA's done. What was it, Gary, in Ohio, the utility, the article you had today?
Yeah, the article today, actually, the Public Service Commission reminded they already approved the rate increase from June 1st. AEP Ohio, their increase is 28% to their retail customer, which is like the majority, I understand, Ohio is served by the AEP Ohio.
But that's
Which
a compliment,
it
both our
increase-
staff and KYMEA, what they've done on the rates, because
I really appreciate that comment. The part is they talk about residential rate from 15 cents to 19, almost 20 cents. So that's a significant increase to, I'm not talking about this in New York, California, this is Ohio.
yeah.
Part of it go back to KYMEA. I agree 100% what David mentioned for the future KYMEA. Since the FERC new ruling for the depancake, they potentially have their money refund to KYMEA, but I understand this uncertainty right now. Even all the other legal challenge in front of them, including ask a rehearing in front of FERC, all go to another court.
So it's gonna take most of this year for all this to sort out. Yeah.
But overall, we can say at least current ruling, at least short term, there is another 70 megawatts of D pancake supposed to reverse. Not only refund, also there's no further charge. So potentially we can see some cost saving. There is another good sign is I want you to know natural gas price come down right now relatively low, and we all know there's uncertainty. They might not stay in $2, go back to 4 to 5, but overall market price, power price continue to trim down. KYMA, you look at last 2 to 3 months, majority of their power actually they purchase from the market, because the market power even cheaper than any of their contract. That's all good sign. We're going to reflect our future costs of wholesale. What we all hope is that the pressure you saw today, you reviewed all the rate increase on the retail electric side, even all the plan we talk about is 2 year, each year is 3.9%. We really hope all the things change. All the things we can try from KYMA, we can limit or do away the second year increase. That's what we hope to work on.
On page 20 of this is the electric funding summary. You can notice there on line 100, this is increase in net position, so your revenue minus your operating expenses. You can see how we're either running negative or near zero. So that is with these prescribed rate adjustments we just mentioned. So that's where I go back to growth. More customers would be great to be able to spread some of these fixed costs out, but it's very important to keep that net position number above zero. You can notice a couple other things. We talk about this often, that methodology we have is that each division, electric, water, and telecom, is able to support itself. We do specific cost allocation when we can identify where the cost specifically, and then we do allocate all the admin departments between the 3 divisions. We really work to make sure that rates are set to cover the expenses for each division by itself. Now, we have used excess cash when we could invest into our business, into the company from an infrastructure perspective. We've done intercompany loans with interest being paid back and forth. We do have that for the AMI and next band investment from electric this year as well, and that would be the last year that we would look at any additional funding, internal loans for the AMI and next band project. Other than that, you can see on line 180, it's worth noting, I think the historic investment for electric has been around $2 million in infrastructure investment per year. So you can see there in year 1, we're at 6.3, and then closer to 3 million and down to historic amounts. So cash gets a little bit of a help. It starts, some of the pressure comes off as we move away from these large capital projects. You can see on line 215 that we're around that 90-day cash on hand number projected for the next 5 years. So that's our quick summary. I've got all kinds of great slides we can go through, but the thing is continuing to see operation margins get squeezed from rising cost, and top line revenue pretty much flat. So, but overall, we've had a lot of good things go our way. Depancaking was great, and so we keep, every year looks a little better than we thought. So hopefully that'll continue.
Any other questions?
Chairman, actually, I just want a really short comment in regard to overall electrical, business. But if you look at compare apple to apple to the co-op and most municipal IOU, where our utilities heavily capital investment, we put in the ground of money for 20, 30 years, then got a very short, long-term return. But if you look at this business, it's not I want to pat my back. This is the way you ask us, how do we operate this plant? Our electrical is debt free. I'm not sure how many utility you put on table say they are debt free, because that's not a typical utility. You have to load hundreds million to keep operation. So this is actually unusual. It's not a typical utility.
Well, I think you can say that in 2 ways. One, basically the only debt we've really got left is the telecom building. We've got the possible debt on next band, and we'll talk about that. But if we don't expand the customer base, which will bring some revenue with it, we won't be incurring that debt either. correct?
Correct. Yes,
Right.
sir.
So we're not adding debt without a revenue stream.
Yes, sir. The growth in telecom, we have the expansion in the counties around 1,000 new homes.
Mhm.
We're estimating about half of those would take the service. So at $80 a month for 500 customers, you're looking at about 480,000 a year. That's into this budget
Right.
for telecom, and the rest on the electric side is rate adjustments. But like we say, if we have a better than expected year, we might be able to adapt those. Of course, we're shooting for minimal impact to the customer as much as we can. But that's pretty much where we are with electric. I'd be glad to go further in depth on any topic.
Any other questions, or do we want to move to water? Ready to move to water? Let's do water.
Well, while they're walking up here, here's the water revenue, total revenue on the screen there. You can see broken out by customer class. The residential, just over 5 million, 37% of total revenue. Looking here, this is our meter count. This is the water customer meter count by class. You can see that it is increasing over time. However, the usage is decreasing. So that's a trend that we've seen for some time. We've had a year, about a 10% increase in usage this year. So that's great. I mean, water is always run on a bare bones budget and with very little cash in reserves. So any year we can see an increase in usage is good for the overall customer base as far as a rate trajectory. Then I'll leave this slide up as far as the expenses. You can see payroll, benefits, water treatment, your top 3 expenses there, with depreciation rounding out the 4 largest expenses. But looking over on page 26 of the budget, this is your water funding summary. Line 100, this is the same story I just mentioned in electric. You can see the increase in net position is running $1.1 million this year, but then basically goes back down, hanging around, year 3, we fall a little below, but then back up to 400 and 700,000 in year 5. When you look here, the AMI project, I think it is scheduled to be completed for water this year, I believe. So that is hoping so. That is the line 125 that we hope to get a little funding for that from electric. And then you can see the debt service payments. We do have the Series 13 bond that is paid off in June of 24. So in this coming year, we'll have that bond. It's $440,000 that will be paid off. And then you can see same story with capital investment for water, line 175. I believe it's around 2.4 million historically that water is spent per year on capital reinvestment. You can see we're double that in year 1 at 5.1 between AMI and I think this is the valve project. But then we get back to a more historical spending investment in capital, which does help cash, kind of gives a little relief on the cash flow as well. So you can see at line 215 that we're hanging around 90 days cash on hand for water, which is significant. It's a good thing. And that's a quick summary. I guess just go ahead and turn it over to more detailed discussion.
Yeah, I was kind of continuing with what we did last year. Took more of a hands-off approach with the water budget. Continue that this year. Wanted Charmista and Brian and everybody to take the same roles that they had last year. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Charmista.
All right. So overall, we have a straightforward budget this year consisting primarily of maintenance and replacement type projects. Well, I'll start with just a very brief discussion about our revenue projections, and then Brandon and Brian will talk about distribution and treatment. So each year we provide a little over 2 billion gallons per year, and so we based our revenue projections over a 5-year average, trying to take into consideration pre and post-COVID usage. We did adjust those numbers primarily. We have some wholesale customers that have kind of altered their usage over the last few years, and then we also have a proposed contract renegotiation. So we took those into consideration in our wholesale revenue projections. As far as that, the board approved a rate increase for years 1 through 3, and that's primarily on the meter charge. There'll be a slight increase on the industrial rate, but for the rest of the customers, just a meter charge increase. And then for years 4 and 5, we are assuming a 3.5% rate increase at that time. So unless you want any more details about revenue projections, I can turn it over to Brian to talk about distribution.
Thank you all. I'm going to start off on page 28, talk a little bit about some of our capital projects. You know, it's kind of exciting to see the reservoir's not on here. We're wrapping that up, so that's a good thing. On line 10, that's our AMI budget, $480,000. I know we talk about it every board meeting. You know, we're hoping to get, when we say 250 endpoints in, for us, that's dual port, so we can actually do 500 meters. So we're hoping that, you know, we get those in monthly. If we had gotten our materials in, I think we would be at a point where we were almost complete with this project. So looking forward to getting that completed. Another line item, line 55, that's our Taylor tank painting project. We actually got a meeting next week with the contractor Tuesday. So it looks like they're going to be getting started soon. So that money's going to hit next year's budget. So we're excited to get that done. Line 45, 50, and 75, those are various line replacement projects for a total of about $550,000. Each year we're trying to reinvest back into our distribution system, looking at areas that need to be replaced, problem areas, water quality areas. That's very important to, you know, down the road, keeping our system where it needs to be. Line 15 and 20, those are a couple large capital paying projects that we've got a hotel coming in that's out on Versailles Road. Hopefully we're going to start work on it at the beginning of the year, and then maybe a new subdivision over by the oh shoot, what's that called? Good Shepherd. Yeah, hopefully that'll come to pass, and we'll get started on that. Line 85, we'd already talked about trucks a little bit. We've got this is a boom truck. It's one of our heavy lifting trucks. We have one currently. The other one's got some structural issues, and it was due to be replaced. So that's what this line item is, $350,000. They're kind of telling us we should be able to get this truck this year, so that's a good thing. So besides that, any questions on any of the capital?
Just, I don't know if, should I ask you or Shamista or David, is the Kentucky River withdrawal fees to the Kentucky River Authority, are those changing any projection, any inflation in those, or?
Not that I've heard.
Yeah, normally we'll get notification a lot of times after the fact. I haven't heard of anything. I haven't heard any rumblings.
And the authority is independent. They can set that themselves, right?
They do set that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's just a straight pass through of the bill,
yeah.
right? So whatever charge we have to pay, we send that directly to the customer, and we refer it back to them, right?
We adjust it slightly to recoup our cost.
Okay.
Any other questions on the capital part, anything?
Questions for Brian?
Yeah, I've got one. There was a grant, it might have been COVID related, might have not. We had a grant that we were able to use kind of retroactively, and I think we applied it to the reservoir. Is that reflected in this budget at all, or has that already been off the books per se? I don't know if that's the right term or not, David, but I think you understand the question I'm asking.
It was about 700-some-thousand.
750,000 or something along those lines?
Yes, sir. It's on page 27, line 275. It's under capital contributions.
Okay.
So it's reflected in that other income
good.
number.
So, and if we will get that during the next fiscal year then, or we've got it already?
We're working on that. There's a chance that we might get it next month, but more than likely it'll be the month after.
Okay, so it's just, I mean, if we put it in this budget, it really doesn't make much difference when we get it, as long as we get it, and that way we want to do a budget amendment. So good, okay, great. And one other thing, and this may bleed over to something else, getting the residential check of the intake pipe, the intake pipes going into the houses.
The lead service line.
The lead service line stuff, is there any money in here in terms of promotion for that, or servicing that or those sorts of things?
Yeah, on our expense page, page 30.
Okay, I'm ahead of myself, I'm sorry.
yeah.
Y'all cover that when y'all get there.
Yeah,
We'll
well,
go
I
back.
was getting ready to go to that next
Okay.
anyway. So line 380, we had talked about this lead service line inventory. We've got a amount in there, $65,000.
Okay.
You know, we're trying to come together with a plan that we can start getting some more information in from the customer side. We've been doing stuff in-house when we're doing our meter change outs on the AMI stuff, putting that, we're looking at service line inventory stuff on our side. So it's not like we got quite a bit going on that. So
Right.
we're
Okay.
making progress.
Good.
Yeah.
We'll be approaching the board on trying to increase the response we're getting,
Okay.
not on our side, but on the
Customer side.
Right.
Are we getting much customer response so far?
Not what we wanted, not what we hoped for.
Okay.
It started out pretty well, and then it's kind of fizzled out.
I mean, I hate to admit it, but I'm not excited about crawling under my crawl space because it's at the far end. But I'm working up to it. I mean, I'm gonna put some batteries in my flashlight. I'm going. I mean, but it's
You might be able to just open up and shine your light back here and see it. Yeah.
there's things in the way.
Yeah.
Soil line, air furnace. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. So, another expense line 385, our maintenance budget. You can see it's up 50,000. That's where the satellite leak detection, where we put that in there as an expense. David, we met with Bruno, and it looks like we're going to get 2 scans of our system. We can get a full report. Actually, help us maybe find some troubled areas that we may not be able to hear doing our regular listening device. Some other surrounding utilities have used it. Kentucky Americans used it, and I think it's been pretty successful. It may make us a little bit more busy than we want to be, but that's what we need to be doing to maintain our system. So that's all I have on a couple. Everything else is staying about the same. This year, our revenue was up, so that's been a real good thing. I know David continues to talk about selling more water. So hopefully we get more economic development and get some things going there. So
I'm washing my car, and if I have to, I'll start washing Steve's.
there you go.
Can I bring mine over?
All right, I'll turn it over to Brandon, talk a little bit about the projects at the water treatment plant.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll start on page 28 for our capital budget. The first item is line 190. That's replacing the filter isolation valves. There are 49 valves that'll be replaced. That'll be switched into 2 fiscal years. So we'll do the first half. That'll consist of 25 of the 49, and then we'll do the following year. The next one will be replacing said basin collector troughs and tube settlers. The collector troughs are original to the plant, so they're 50 years old. The tube settlers were replaced in 2004. So we're just going to, they're right there together, so we're just going to do them all at the same time. They're at the end of their useful life. Next one will be line 220. I added that in there. There's some flashing that needs to be replaced on all the buildings. There's some, you can see just some leaking in the ceiling tile and so forth. And the last one was the water quality lab. That there'll be 150,000 carried over. We're going to purchase the cabinets and countertops, so we'll purchase that this year and carry over the 150 to finish that project up. And we open that bid Friday, right? Yeah, so we'll open that Friday. One item that's not on this capital budget that we will have to add is rolling over $150,000 of the remaining budget that we have for our LAS project. There are a couple additional items that needed to be completed with this project. We're working with the engineers to determine if we need to add additional funds to that, and we should have that by the end of this week.
But if the 150,000 is what we've got left now.
Yes, it's 153,000 and some change is what's remaining.
You're going to see if they're going to need more than that to finish it off.
Possibly.
All right, good.
And that would be current year?
That'll be.
Coming from this
We're going to
year.
carry over the
Moving it
150.
They won't get the project done.
No, it won't be. It won't be finished this year.
We thought it was going to, and I
Yeah.
just add it back in.
Okay.
What about the screens? Do we have to do any screens this year?
Well, we've already done that.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, I
Yeah,
just
we
wondered.
got, that was February we
Yeah.
did that, so it came in
I know
under
we always
budget
do
about
one, keep one in
28,000.
reserve, and
Yeah, well, we run them both.
Yeah.
A lot of times. But we actually came in under budget on that. It was about 28,000 under budget, I believe it was. So.
And you'll see that $28,000 line item. We maybe do some additional work around the intake structure, so went ahead and left it in the capital budget in case we do that additional work.
and maybe it's should have asked electric too, or maybe Vint, you could answer. The building down on Myrtle, what kind of shape is it in? That you all operate out of the.
The
service center.
Yeah.
Besides the birds.
Huh?
Dated.
It's dated. I mean, is it?
I mean, we put a new roof on it. Leanne can speak to some of the things. We put a new roof on it, but remember that building was built in the 60s, and it's getting a little long in the tooth in a number of places. But we're continuing to make it work.
But we don't have any major projects we have to do this year to.
When we get to no, she's shaking her head no.
Okay.
Were there any questions on that?
What about chemicals?
I'll get to that. Just
Okay.
I'm going right now.
Okay.
Actually, see that is. I knew you. I knew you were going to bring that one up. So that is.
Well, I always enjoy those moments with you every month. So.
You may like this number. So that is line. I need some glasses. Is that 4? I can't even read it.
What page are you on?
465. That's page 30. That's 65. That's 65, isn't it? I added 13% to our last budget. I thought 10% was going to be conservative for what they might go up, and 3% was for extra water we thought we were going to sell. Actually, the chemical budget, as of right now, without having pricing on the salt and carbon, we're down 3% from last year. So it may be a wash with the extra 3%. So that number, we're not going to use 983 in that number. So it'll probably be closer to 900,000 is what we're hoping. And we're right on our budget from last year. So I think we're going to hit it pretty daggone close. The next one is line. You have to print this bigger or something. 485. The lab budget. I got 60, 65, and then the next year is 70. That is for UCMR 5. That'll be the testing that we'll have to do. It'll be 4 rounds of testing. The numbers that I have right now looks like that'll be about $5,000 for that. And then the last one is, it's just really a correction more than anything. It's page 32, line 960. That's a dub. I put that in there twice for some reason. We'll keep 955 in there. The 29,000, the larger number there is to replace there's 7,000 gallons of diesel fuel we're going to replace, and then when we do that, we're going to treat all of the diesel fuel that's in there. Now there's about 9,000 gallons in there, so they'll run that through however many filters that they need to do, and then they'll add an algicide and they'll treat all that fuel so it doesn't go bad if we ever have to have that. So.
And that's to run the backup generators?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's all I have. If you got any questions.
Any questions for? And reservoir is on schedule?
I promise you it'll be done this year.
Yeah.
No, it's about 99%.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's amazing what the landscaping. I mean, it's.
The paving is done. We just hired a contract to do the tree watering for the first year. So we changed the plantings around a little bit. We worked with the neighborhood association on all of that, and Jack Kennedy, and we should be able to schedule some sort of open house or something like that in the next month or two.
And John was known to get a big pair of scissors and cut a big red.
Yeah, big.
We can do that. We can do that. We were hoping to do it the Friday before Memorial Day, but the paving wasn't done.
Yeah.
The paving has since been done, so we'll be working on that. I volunteered Kathy Lindsay to help me with that, so.
And I know she was glad to do it, wasn't she?
Okay, she does.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can you all point out where, like, the line item for any clubhouse, construction or remodeling or?
That might be,
That'll
that might be
in the administrative budget.
in the,
Okay.
But we do have a line item.
Yep, yep. It's on page 17, line 260, and I think when Leanne's presentation, we'll be able to walk through some of those things. Water, it's been pretty bare bones budget for a very long time, and any additional opportunities to sell more water would be welcome. So.
And we're aggressively pursuing.
And I know you are working hard on that on a lot of fronts, so. Okay, seeing no other questions? Ready for telecom?
We can move on to telecom.
Thank you all.
thank you.
While the teams are moving around, I'll see a breakdown here of the telecom revenue. As I mentioned earlier, kind of two parts to growth with telecom. One is going out and acquiring new customers with the county build out. And then others as we've rolled into our next band, which is next generation telecom network. As we roll out new plans and have customers switching over to that is some potential for revenue growth as well. So I'm looking at, if you look at page 33, this is the telecom funding summary. I'll go back to line 100 again, increase in net position. You can see as you get to years 4 and 5, you start to see that revenue and expense come close together. But hopefully by that point, things are better than we expect. But you'll notice on lines 125 and 130, our funding that we have projected we will need for the next band overbuild. So we have two different things going. The overbuilding of our current service territory from a hybrid fiber coax system and overbuilding ourselves with a full fiber to the home, fiber to the premise system. So we've been working to self-fund that with cash as it's generated and as it's produced annually through operations, offset by some internal borrowing, and looking like that internal borrowing is going to dry up, and we need to move over to looking at going out and securing third-party lending. Right now we have that at $3 million per year for the next 4 years. This project is scheduled to go out through 29, so there's another year at the end of this that I think we'll be able to self-fund that year. So maybe if we can get out a $45 million project with only $12 million in debt, that would go a long way.
Assuming the county returns the agreements they sign, we proceed on as we discussed. Would you you're looking at the borrowing there, 369, 12 million?
Yes.
Would you look at going and doing one note, one issue, or one line of credit to draw against, or each year go out with a separate note, or how are you thinking?
Currently, we have all of the cable telecom debts with West Banco.
Mm-hmm.
They have the lien on all of the assets of the telecom system. The best thing for us would be able to get hopefully a rate locked in that we can just draw down as a construction note type of deal.
Right.
Just whatever the best terms we can get
Right.
with a lender. So we're looking for the best rate. Right now, rates aren't compared to what we've seen. We're in the 7-8% range.
But you're looking at, as opposed to 4 transactions, probably one transaction with a line that we can draw on it as we need.
That would be the idea, yes. And if we can wait around calendar 25, is probably when we would need to start borrowing the money. Hopefully rates have come down by 2025. And we projected in this budget a 4% rate. So I don't know if we'll ever see 4% again, but I'm hopefully in 25 that comes to pass. But you can see on line 140, that's the current third lien lease head end. It was the head end and infrastructure improvement for telecom we did back in 18, I think, 17 or 18. That technically, if you go out one more year, it is December of 29. That rolls off. And then you would have the next band borrowing that comes rolling in. They almost offset each other as far as annual debt service. So I feel pretty comfortable with our ability to service that debt as long as we can maintain our customer base, which we have. And this is the same story with infrastructure. On line 175, Same thing we talked about electric and water. You can see much elevated investment in years 1 through 3, and then we go back. I think historic capital spending has been around $3.5 million. So we're still much above normal until we get the next band project completely done. This does have in it, years 1 through 3 in capital, 16.5 million of that is the county build out. So it would be our system, you know, we build it, we own it. So we show the equipment is booked and depreciated like we do everything else. And then we show the revenue coming in. On page 34, line 235, under capital contributions, that is where the $8 million from the Kentucky grant and $3 million from the county, as we're making the assumption that does happen, and that additional capital contribution amounts reflected there on 235. So it's a big, it's going to be about a 10-year project by the time it's all over, but that's getting us to be able to operate in the internet space, you know, for the next 50 years. So.
Well, I think those two lines really help demonstrate the discussion we had in front of fiscal court that day with Adam and I and John. I think there was questions, you know, that the county asked, okay, they were putting in 3, we put in 5, and the state grant of 8. But I think the question was, well, what do you do with that money as a revenue? But we're putting in far more than our $5 million long-term in terms of borrowing, service, and debt. And recovering that money is a long-term investment for us. There's no profit in it for us. Spending that, we're spending a lot of money up front beyond that grant to put this in.
Absolutely. If you look at line 215, I mean, we are burning down cash we're putting everything we have back into the project. Yeah.
And I think we made the point that day that it's important that we're not passing on higher rates to existing cable customers to fund this either.
No.
So,
the only assumption for rates with telecom is the pass-through for programming, which we've been doing for some time. But that's the only projected or assumed increase in rates for telecom. We've kept our internet rates stable for a very long time, and we will be coming to the board in June to look at adding a 300 meg package to our next band tier. So we'll be bringing that to you all in June. With the whole idea is that, you know, we took off down this path in 2017. We had a capital infrastructure study for telecom, and ever since we've been gradually walking down the next band path of completely overbuilding our system and connecting every customer to next band. So that is the eventual goal.
Right. In
the supplemental information, you saw where you have construction and installation budgeted. You know, you got to get to around 16,000 premise homes, businesses. So it's a big lift. And at the end, we're going to work to encourage customers to switch over and move to the next band product. At some point, though, you know, we'll have to make the decision that we need to move everyone over. So we'll get as many there voluntarily by giving exponential amount of speed for their internet speed for incremental price increase. It's a better product in the end and more reliable. So we think we have a strategy we think we can execute, and we just hope everything works out better than we expect.
We need them to move to the next band. We need them to take a picture of their pipe, right?
That's it.
Yeah.
But that's kind of a quick summary, and I'll turn over to the telecom guy.
Yeah, as David's saying, we're basically trying to keep expenses down, trying to get incremental revenue from moving customers to higher speeds and actually bringing on new customers when we can, and reinvesting in our infrastructure. That was kind of the goal. And so with that being said, we can step through our capital budget, which is on page 35. The capital budget is pretty much flat in most areas. I'll draw your attention to a couple large items. Line 95, this is an increase of, it's basically $500,000. This is the second part of our CMTS upgrade, and that device is what talks to all your cable modems and all your telephone devices in your home. Basically, that's going to be end of maybe not end of life on the hardware, sometime the end of 24. So we're going to refresh the hardware, and hopefully with that refresh, that'll get us to the finish line with next band. And by that point, most of our customers will be migrated over before we have to worry about doing another upgrade. But with the customers we have now and expanding the project and timeline, we don't have enough time to get everybody over there before we feel that we need to refresh that hardware. Half of the hardware is going to be done this year. Actually, we just put that purchase through, and then the other half will be done July 1. We'll make that purchase, and we're trying to save money and bring professional services in one time to do both sets of, or all three pieces of equipment. So that's what that line is. Let me jump back up. Line 10 through 60 is, of course, the county project, and we've talked about that. That is kind of up in limbo, but basically, if everything goes, you know, we'll start working on the easements. After we get the easement signs, we're looking at 9 to 12 months, and then we'll start putting the fiber in the air, and we think we can still finish in 2026, but as the time slips by, then of course, you know, that we'll have to deal with that later as well. Let's see, we'll jump down to line 125 and 130. That's our next band, and as we started this year, we had 7,000 customers passed, or 7,000 homes passed. We will finish out with 13,700 passed, which is about 53%. Before July. So the next 30 days we'll pass 13,700 customers. Next year we expect to add 4,500 more customers, and so that's about a 70% completion. And then the following year we're running about 85, so about 15% each year till we finish out. And then the last year is it's a really small amount, but we don't know what we're dealing with as far as inflation and cost. The BEAD money is probably coming out the end of this month or next month. We don't know what that's going to do with contract labor. And so we went on and kind of kept that last year in there, even though it might be a reduced amount in the 5-year plan. And we did break it out a little bit different. So since we do have contractors on both sides as far as installation and construction, we wanted separate line items so we knew what we can tell the contractors, whether it's installation, these are the numbers we're looking at. And so that's why we broke it out this year. Previous years, it's been a combined total of $5 million. And this year, basically, it's a combined total of $5.5 million. So those are really the major items, but you know, the things we're looking at as far as trying to save costs, because this overbuild has the same ramifications of the county project with a 41% increase. So we basically, this year, things that we've done is we participated in the NCTC RFP for fiber to try to buy bulk with other members to save some money. I think that was pretty successful. I don't have the dollar figure yet of what that's going to save us. The other things we're doing, we've been trying to do some fiber splicing inside with staff, and we've been doing all of the basically the testing in-house to save some money. Basically, we've took on all the project management since day one of the project, which over the cost of this, or over the time frame of this project, is probably close to $700,000 that we're saving there. We're doing some installs as we can in-house when available, which I'll talk about that shortly under expenses. Basically, we did an overlash versus having a new position set on the pole, which is about a $10 million savings, I believe. So, you know, we're looking at things even daily, just like we brought earlier today with the easement preparation. That was the savings that we didn't have, and you know, that's on the county side, but still, as the fiber to the home project as a whole, we look at savings as much as we can. Also, you know, there's grants out there for possible make ready to replacement poles. We're looking into that in those areas as well. Some unknowns, we might see some increased engineering costs when we go out looking for another engineering firm to finish up the county and our overbuild. We don't know what those are. You know, we had a pretty good run with Rainbow, but when we get that ready and get that out there, we'll know more. But we might see some increased costs there in engineering. The other thing is permits, costs for other utilities. That's something that's hit us on the county side, but we'll also be facing that because we do are on more posts than this plant board, even on our overbuild. You know, we're on Bluegrass and KU today with existing HFC network. So we'll be looking at those costs and what that what that looks at. And then with the BEAD money being released, material and contract labor costs, we don't know. So like I said, we're just trying to find ways to save money, and we're doing the best we can there.
What about the vehicles? You've got several vehicles,
Mo-
can we get them all? And
Leanne will have to answer that. We went back and forth, and it's like, yeah, this is year we have a lot of vehicles, but some of those are from last year that's got pushed over, and some of those are replacements we're trying to get in front of. So that's why this year there is a lot of vehicles.
I mean, there's 2003, 2008, 2012.
Yes.
2013.
We're hopeful we can get them. We don't know. Like I said, some of the vans and vehicles we ordered last year we never received, so they got pushed forward into this budget. And then I don't know that we're buying anything ahead of time yet, but I know there's some issues. A lot of those are bucket trucks that are in there, and so we're checking those lead times, and maybe we can get them if we order a stock truck.
Did the electric ones we ordered last year, did they ever come in?
I don't know. You'll have to ask Scott or Leanne.
Okay.
No, the order got canceled by board.
Okay. So, but yeah, so I don't know what we're gonna do there. We'll see what we get. Seems like pickup trucks are a little more available, but vans and bucket trucks are a little harder to come by. So that was kind of the capital side. I was gonna move to expense if there's no questions on the capital.
Any questions on capital for Adam before we?
And basically, the expense side is, everything is this programming, and we're passing that cost through. But one item that we do have is on page 36, line 265. We asked for an additional $350,000 in HFC installation contract labor, and this is basically we are down 4 employees in installation department, and so right now we're supplementing that with with contract labor. And we've kind of looked at just possibly pausing, because right now, out of the 8 installers I have, their average tenure here is 36 months. And so I really don't have enough senior people to start training. And so at least for this year, we would keep supplementing the HFC contractors, and it's basically offsetting the labor that we would be paying employees. But that would give our couple senior guys time to mentor the new employees that we have.
How are we doing on recruiting new employees? Or
right now, we just paused it. I mean, we the last 2 or 3 we hired. I mean, not to say all the ones we've hired have been good, but the last 2 or 3, they're learning, they're good, they're young, they're eager. But what we found is if we hire 4 more, it's going to kind of be a madhouse. We don't have enough skilled personnel to be the training. And I think at this point, with doing it this way, we're getting a bigger bang for our buck by doing contract labor.
Are we competitive with our salaries when we're out there trying to hire?
I think so. That market's so strange because it's, it is a private sector and depends, it's like Spectrum, you might work in 2 or 3 counties, and so here you're working in 1 county. Well, you're actually working a couple, but it's I think so. We kind of look at it. We've seen some price increases, or payroll increases in other providers. So, it's just like anything else. It might come a time where you have to increase. So, or increase to retain anyway, because that's the other issue is the younger generation do not have or the newer employees don't have the time of the retirement that a lot of the senior employees have. I mean, you basically got a 401k, and so that I think we're going to deal with that company-wide, not just in telecom. So, other expenses, like I said, most of that is just a pass-through. Cable rate increases as far as the programmers, and we'll pass those through. So everything else is staying pretty flat.
What about on both? What's our projections in terms of what our cable subscribers are going to look like and our telephone subscribers?
You got that up there.
So we do project growth, and that Harvey could speak a little more detailed about it. But we do, like we've shown in the past, the customer counts. Out of all of our telecom services, internet is the one growing segment. We do see year-over-year incremental revenue increase in internet because of customers changing to new speeds. And we look at what we've lost historically in customer dropping off and kind of include those historic rates. I think we've seen 3 to 7% in recent years on drops in cable TV customers, so we just assume those same amount of deterioration.
What about telephone?
Telephone's holding pretty steady. I mean,
Okay.
it's we still do lose customers annually, but it's holding its own.
Whatever you want to do. But other than, there's any questions?
Any other questions for Adam or John, Steve?
As you all know, our main competitive business, so we're just very sensitive to making sure we can keep prices competitive.
Right.
That's a big deal. So if you don't stay in business. So that's
Right.
that's a lot of pressure there.
This isn't related, and I know it never ceases to amaze me looking at your supplemental draft. The fact that we still have less than 20 residential customers that are have a K after the number of speed of service. So that is going to be part of what you're going to do with the 300 meg, and shifting as many people as we can to the speedier service. Of course, eventually people need to understand that once we overbuild and expand completely in our existing service area, the cable modem is going to go away. Pretty
Yes,
much.
sir.
So that's what we're going to do. So I think people need to be aware of that. And as someone who had the 25 meg for a long time and has switched to the next band, it is night and day. And I think once people get into it, and I think they will be pleasantly surprised. So.
Yeah, that was one of the things that we talked about possibly is if, you're a new customer to town and you come in and next band is available, then that is really your only option. You don't have HFC option anymore, and just
Right.
kind of cap that and grow the next band there.
Yeah, that'll be part of the tariff changes we bring to you in
Right.
June.
Okay, good. All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Adam?
Oh, and this is Shane.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you all. So David, how do you want to handle admin, just,
I don't mind. I'm sure it hurt a lot of feelings if I just covered it all. I know that. But I don't mind it quickly. It's primarily payroll and benefits, and
Right.
with single largest line items, usually you're about $1 million in insurance for general liability. So it's, if you all would like to have, everyone's prepared to present their budget for their department, but
y'all want David just to kind of give an overview? Yeah, because everybody, and like I said, you all did a great job on the material, and I think it's important for everybody to know who's watching, you got this information to the board over 2 weeks ago. Everybody's had a chance to look at it, ask questions, so.
Right.
I don't want anybody to think we're rushing through, but everybody's had a chance to look at it. It's not like this is the first time we've seen it, or.
And
Yeah.
I might also say that I've availed myself more than one occasion talking to the staff,
Yes.
asking them questions over the last 2 weeks. David even got back with me yesterday, had a question.
Yeah.
He called me back after office hours. I appreciate that, and I want to appreciate y'all's openness and candor with us and helping us get through this. But it's stuff we're familiar with, stuff we know. But thank you all very much.
Yeah, I've
Thank
got
you, I
stacks of
appreciate
little handwritten notes where I've called and written stuff down. At some point, I need to consolidate them, but.
So I'll let's turn to page 41. This is our general administrative section. The two ones that stick out, two expenses, the depreciation, that is on the admin building primarily, and then corporate insurance line 45. You can see we're hovering around the $1.3 million general liability, umbrella, all that good stuff for all of our insurance coverages. I know recently cyber insurance has had an increase and others, so that's the main thing with the general admin section. On page 43, this is where Ms. Mitchell talked about the clubhouse renovations. We do have $125,000 budgeted for renovations to the clubhouse. I know there's been some discussion about this. I don't know if that's a time y'all like to
Now,
talk
is this,
about it.
on this one, we've got money in the current year budget for fencing, right?
I might have to lean on Leanne if you, or someone who might have details on what specifically we're budgeting.
I was
but-
thinking the fencing around the dishes and that was current year, and we were spending that current year. So, and I think I would like to defer to my esteemed colleague, Mr. Mason.
I don't know that quick.
I don't problem.
No, but not about the fencing, but
No,
about
no,
overall.
again, I've talked to people around Frankfurt, and everybody would love for their place to stay. And I've toured it, and it's solid. I mean, it doesn't look like it has a lot, you know, a roof perhaps, 20,000 maybe, a deck maybe to rehab, high traffic vinyl flooring, you know. The biggest expense probably would be the, making the, bathrooms more handicap accessible. Got a professional kitchen in it that's relatively new. And it's,
And I came on after the Tanglewood,
Mhm.
and was there some type of agreement not to have the clubhouse open again with the neighborhood because they didn't
Well,
have traffic, or they don't?
you're asking the wrong person, because I'll be public, that I have not been, I am not sensitive to the Tanglewood neighborhood as it relates to all of that, because all of that stuff was up there before,
Yeah.
they were. So,
It's-
and we've all used it growing up. So,
You know, Catherine and I, we all live down the hill, so I mean, you know, I don't know if the same people are talking to me, Steve, but a lot of people have also talked to me about how important that clubhouse is to the fiber of Frankfurt. And like I said, I moved to this town in 1990, and that place was the place to go. I mean, it was, you know, an accessible place, it was centrally located, it was very, very popular, and I think it's a great resource for the community, and I think we can really, I think we'll benefit greatly from finally making those improvements. Now that the reservoir is complete, now that we've got everything set up where it's gonna be set up, we can figure out what we wanna do with that property.
And Steve, and we don't have to adopt them tonight at all,
Right.
or this afternoon.
Uh-huh.
And it'll be something we deal with later in the year, but I think, Steve, you had some ideas in general, because Dawn Ahale actually was here a little earlier, and Dawn was heavily involved in talking with the neighborhood, and we did close while we were doing the reservoir work. And I think your question, Jason, there was always that sensitivity that it's in the neighborhood, they're very sensitive to a lot of traffic, a lot of activities, late nights and so forth. And Steve, did you have some general thoughts?
I just thought that the place could be made available for general type things, receptions, bridal receptions, wedding receptions, family reunions, and maybe closed maybe at 10. It couldn't be open no longer than 10. Obviously, some security, upfront security and rental payments made in advance, but something that's real, just, you know, it's not open to midnight, let me put it that way. It's a 10 o'clock affair at the latest, in my opinion. But again, every time I've been there, outside of the legislative receptions, it's been just a family-like atmosphere.
Did you say, does Leanne have the detailed figures, or, because I know, Steve, you had a figure, and I know we got the
I made
fencing
that
issue.
figure up.
Do what?
I made my figure up.
Oh.
That just showed I didn't look fancy.
Like most contractors.
Exactly. Like I used to do in the budget.
I received 2 years ago, we had a building inspection done by a local home inspector.
Right.
And he gave us a list of everything that needed to be updated, corrected, remodeled. And so I have a list here, and it does not include a new roof.
Okay.
But the estimate was for $64,500. So I feel like the $125,000 would be enough to also cover a new roof.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely, should be.
Now, what about the fencing? That's already in the current year budget, isn't it?
Yes.
So we don't have to
Around the
include
dish
that.
farm, correct?
Right.
Yes.
Dish farm, yeah.
And is David Billings here?
He is.
Any fencing around the reservoir, is there anything that needs to be done there? Going up that hill? Or is that all taken care of? That's,
It's all done.
it's all done, so we're clear of all that, so we're really dealing. Steve was carrying a figure of 100, and we've got 125 here.
Yes.
And you've got 64, and I know that's 2 years ago, and we've had a little inflation there, and a roof. I think you were thinking 20 on the roof, Steve?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of thought maybe we would want new furniture and
Yeah.
some stuff. Also.
Okay.
I think 125's.
125?
I think 125's doable.
125, and then, again, I'm putting together the omnibus motion here. 125, and then with further work done on the guidelines and so forth to finalize those.
Yeah. And I guess I'd like to make sure that
Sure.
if we're gonna take the time to reopen this and do it, if there's any additional designs or expansions of porches or anything we can do to like give us as much flexibility for types of events we're gonna have, we might as well do it now and that's part of that.
Yeah.
So if anybody wants to give us advice on expanding a deck out and back, or I haven't been up there in a long time. Anything that would be-
It wasn't, an expansion wasn't planned, but replacement of the deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, the deck needs, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that
Yeah.
instead of just looking narrowly at
Right.
what's there, if there's some little bit of money that while we're there, we
Mhm.
can actually make a deck that has a higher capacity, or
Mm.
there can be some minor changes that would allow it to be more
Right.
flexible. I just think it makes sense.
Okay.
And David Billings, the wheel's not coming back, right? The wheel's not gonna make it?
I would suggest you leave it at the water treatment.
Okay.
I would like to stick at 125 or less.
Okay.
And I haven't been up there in a while. Actually, probably since the deck was built.
Mhm.
But one of the nice things was that you could overflow out into the lawn.
Mhm.
So I don't,
Right.
I just would hate to put more money into
Oh, yeah.
decking. But I agree. I mean, it was usually family-centered
Yeah.
things that I,
Family reunions and
you
stuff,
know,
yeah.
Well, one of the things I
rehearsal
heard the
dinner.
most in the community is people like the convenience of the parking.
Yeah.
If they went to an event there, the parking was there, it was very simple, accessible, I mean, it was.
Right.
Well, one thing why it's family friendly is because of the grass area. So kids could go out and kind of run around and as opposed, I mean, we're not really in the business of competing with other event spaces around town. But it's another option that's always been there.
And my other point was I wanted it to be affordable for the average Frankfurt person, whatever that might be.
Well, and I wanted to make sure we're on the same page. I don't think going over 1.5, I just think if there's some minor things we
Sure.
can do while we're doing it, then I should do that. But yeah,
Sure.
not trying to blow up the budget.
And I will point, we don't budget that way, but, you know, we mentioned early on that through David and Katrina and being very diligent, in our investments, and it's one-time money, because we don't know what rates are gonna do. But compared to what we budgeted in fiscal '23, David, compared to what we earned, and like I said, we don't budget that way, we drop it to the bottom line, but based on what we earned compared to what we budgeted, I think we did more than enough to cover this, right?
Yes, we budgeted 300,000 and come in at 400, so.
So basically, we can use the one-time kind of windfall we got in investment income this year to take care of this.
Is this gonna be the new surplus property, John?
We haven't even got the surplus property. That's just a pot of gold there.
And this one, I mean, this actually has potential income.
Yes,
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 yes.
absolutely, absolutely.
Well, and I think it's a good PR thing too, so people
Absolutely,
can see the
yes.
plant board in the community. It's not just
You
you
take
pay your bills too.
this room off of the community. This. You know.
Yeah.
Because this is a security risk for me here.
Yeah.
For this to be.
Well, and this is I mean, we could make this more like meeting
Yeah, and there are groups that use this for meetings,
instead,
there's meetings
not
during the day and so forth, yeah.
parties.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
So-
Do we wanna, is there a motion that we do on this?
Well, I'm kind of making my omnibus list here, so far I've only got two things, I've got the
And
clubhouse.
that's not really changed from what's.
No, it's basically to
It's-
affirm
yeah.
what's in here with the fact that we will come back later with the guidelines, the rates and so forth. And then the only one we got is the home energy one. And then I guess the next one we've got is, I don't want to jump the gun here, I guess it's the salaries.
Yes, sir, that was, the administrative department's, the majority of the expense is payroll and benefits. So, base wages, a little over 14 million, so you're looking at about 140,000 per percentage increase. So we have put in, back when we developed the budget, CPI was around 6, state said
And
6.
state government was 6.
So we kept that there. So it's the board's pleasure on what to do with that.
And then the midpoint, you know, in our current payroll policy, and last year we suspended it, but in our current payroll policy, we do whatever COLA on July 1st. And this year, the state for the first time is changing and not giving the raise on the increment date. They're doing everything on July 1st. So, which is what we do. The state's at 6. We really haven't gotten firm information on the county government yet. We've heard something, but we're not sure. We haven't got anything on the schools. Lexington government went 5%. The city went with a lump sum payment added to each person. Like I said, inflation's in the 5 to 6% range. Right now, it's about 5.1, 5.2 last time. The 2% midpoint, I think, David, annualized, it's about 80,000 a year. For a half year, it's 42,000.
Yes, sir.
And that's, we've got, of our 202 employees, we have 96 of them below midpoint. And we have, of our 202 employees, 74 of our employees are in tier 3. And this budget continues to make the contribution, David, to the tier 3 supplement.
Yes, it does. We have 85% of our tier 3 employees do participate in 401A, so that's good. Yeah, the amount for that, I'd have to get back to you on that. I can't, Ralph, but we are contributing to the match. It's $67,700 is the match.
Okay.
To the company.
So basically, we talked about health insurance. That's in flat. So really, the thing where we're at this point is, from a salary standpoint, what percent do we want to do for a COLA for July 1st for all employees, and do we want to continue the midpoint? And then, do we want to stick with the 6% that's in the state? This is the state is giving, and what's in our current budget. And like David said, that's $142,000 per point. If we do something less than 6, it takes off $142,000 per percent.
And that, actually, John, you that's just the money.
That's just
if you add the
fringe.
Retirement, if you add the retirement, the fringe,
it's another 30%.
The retirement, the other tax, another
Yeah,
30%, which makes it like,
yes.
which makes it like 185 or about 185 or so. So, if you don't mind, we do have some options. I mean, if we want to do, we can do 5% if we want to take that. If we want to take that money, David, what is our on that 401k for those new tier 3 hires? What is the match on what match do we provide on that?
Katrina, do you remember? I can't recall how much we match on that. 2%. 2%.
So our expense is that 2%, and then they can put in any amount or only 2%.
They can put in whatever they want, right?
Yeah, up to the max of the plan.
Up to the max of the program, right?
Yeah. Right.
But we only match up to 2%.
Yes, sir.
Would that 185,000 would that allow a 2.5% match, or do we have any idea what kind of match? I don't know if that would really have that much effect or not. That's just a thought.
Yeah, I could definitely, we could put some numbers together for you to see what that looks like.
And I might point out what state government did last year in the budget was they, for all new employees, which are all tier 3, for all new employees, state government automatically enrolls them in deferred comp. Mm-hmm. Now, they can unenroll after the first payroll, but they're automatically in for the minimum contribution. Right. Mm-hmm. So state government basically decided that they're not going to improve tier 3. It is what it is, especially now while the pension fund is 19%. But they did put everybody in a deferred comp as a way to encourage them to save and to kind of enhance the current tier 3 system. So everybody in state government, when they're at least hired, they're in a deferred comp or 401k in addition to the pension right now. So
we have 74 employees in tier 3. 85% of those are currently in the 401A today. I mean, if you took the 185 over the 74, I mean, it's $2,500 per. Not everyone's participating, but at 100% participation.
So for our tier 3 employees, if we took 1% and put it in, that would enhance the annual contribution to them by $2,500 extra?
That would be a $2,500 extra above the 2% of their wage, of their wages.
Okay, going into their retirement.
The 401A.
But they would still have to, they would have to put that in above that 2%, correct? I mean, whatever.
To get the match?
To get the match?
Correct. They have to put in at least the 2 to get the match.
Okay.
It's a 2-to-1. Do I have to put a 4 to get that 2%?
I think it might be.
I'd have to look at the plan. It's been a minute since I've looked at the plan.
Okay.
Well, I tell you what I'd like to do, John, if it's okay. If we could get David to come up with an option, you know, that would address, what would that, if we took that 1% and instead set it aside for increasing the match to the 401k for these folks, what would that allow us to do? And, you know, what I'm assuming is you'd look at the total amount of money these people contribute on an annual basis and what percentage of 185 does that allow you to bump that 2% up to? You know, does it become 2.5% or 2.75% or whatever?
Okay.
If we can come up with that number to give us an idea about whether that's something that's even a viable option, I don't know how much effect that would have across 74, 75 employees.
Okay.
So, you know, that's just a thought.
So basically, let me see, you'd be two options. We'd be at the current 6% plus the 2% midpoint, or 5% plus the 2% below midpoint, and taking the savings and putting it in the optional 401k for tier 3 employees.
I don't know what everybody.
I'm just throwing that out as that's kind of what you're.
That's kind of that's a thought process behind, you know, to try to encourage those, because I do, you know, those folks that are in a tier 3, you're exactly right. That system's not going to get any better.
No.
And the only chance those folks have, and the only chance we have that you know, the retirement system for the tier 3s, it's not the lure of, it's not like you and I and Steve where, you know, we have this guaranteed benefit at the end. If once we've been here 10, 15 years, all of a sudden it's this hook keeping us here. With the tier 3 folks, it's all based on salary.
Yeah.
So, and whatever other benefits we can come up with. If we can come up with that to help those folks in particular, you know.
So mention, say that again, your proposal, right?
What I'd like David to try to address and see what kind of effect it would have, if we did a 5% COLA on July 1st instead of a 6%. The value of that 1% plus retirement plus tax, payroll taxes, all that is about $185,000. I wanted to see if we took that $185,000 and instead made that to increase the match on the 401k for the tier 3s. What effect would that have? Would that raise that 2% match to a 2.5? Would it make it 3? You know, it's just a thought process, and I'm open to discussion on any of it. You know, I'm fine if everybody wants to do 6 like the state's doing. I don't have a real problem with that. I'm just thinking this might be a way.
So is that in addition to the midpoint?
Both scenarios, I think I haven't even addressed my scenario doesn't even address the 2% midpoint in January. That was in the assumed budget, and I don't know if we're going to keep that or not. That may have to be a separate discussion.
I can live with what you did, but I do have a question about the midpoint. So I'm just curious how many people moved into the new grade? Maybe last year and this year and maybe last year. Average, how many people move into new grades?
Is Michelle here or David?
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I guess how many folks now do we have that are below midpoint in the grade?
96.
Was it 96? Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's, I mean, and I've asked that question before, and it's always been about that percentage of the total.
Right.
Which.
Yeah, so we do a 50% match up to 2%. And to that cost to us today is $68,000.
So if you were to do 180,000 like you're proposing, that's 3 times what we're.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Well, maybe.
Yeah. And then John, I appreciate you thinking outside the box there.
Yeah.
I guess my take on it is there's so much complexity, financial interest. Let's just keep it simple.
I understand.
So that everybody understands it. I think going to 6%.
You don't want to go to the board with a big matrix and a chart?
Yeah, no, I'm good. Well,
no,
I mean,
that's
more importantly,
honestly, I thought we spent a lot more in match than that. I'm surprised that we don't have that much. So yeah, I agree. If it's that much, I think that's an outsized solution to whatever problem is out there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we need to encourage them. let me ask another question. Are new hires automatically signed up for this deferred comp? Is
Highly encouraged, but not
is
mandatory.
highly encouraged, not mandatory, okay.
Yeah, they're not mandatory made to participate.
Okay.
However, we do mandatory that they do, meet with the rep.
The rep, okay, great. And what's the minimum contribution?
So. Hey, Michelle, you just wanna come up here?
I'm sorry.
Probably easier.
I mean, we have people that do like 1%, and we
Okay.
have people that do like just $25 a paycheck.
Okay.
So I don't know
Okay.
that, whatever the minimum is set by Kentucky Deferred Comp, not by us.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, there's studies that definitively show that if it's something beneficial and you're automatic and you have to opt out,
Yeah, right.
it
huge.
results in much more participation.
And the state
And you're
had
still
actually
giving
passed a law and
choice.
actually did it by statute. I mean,
Right, right.
Yeah, well, that's probably why, so,
Yeah.
and then, I mean, if that's if, that calculation is
Right.
too skewed, I mean, it could be 5.5%, and then the
Right.
savings
Right.
So it'd be about
increase.
half, yeah, that'd be about match what we're currently putting in the 68,000.
Right.
If you did the 5.5 and split the.
Right, yeah.
Most our tier 3 is a younger employee,
Right.
and most of them actually is a low salary too,
Relatively.
relatively.
Start saving this now, early on, I mean.
Yes, and currently, as correct me, they have to put in 4% to earn that 2%.
Right, it's
Okay.
2 to 1, right.
Yes.
So, yeah, so they may not be willing, they might not be able to put that much more in, so, let's just, I think it was an idea that, that
We have heard in KMUA and some of the other meetings that some of the
There are
utilities are.
many, like a Bowling Green, all of them want to address it because the tier 3, just like you mentioned,
Right.
is not going to change. Basically, they are 401k. I'm not saying they don't have it. I try to calculate myself. It's really, it's 87. You have to the age plus service year
Right.
to be that number. You basically have to put in 30 years.
Right.
When you reach 60,
Right.
you have to start relatively early too, to earn that. But
Well, Steve
actually,
and I are well aware of the rule of 87.
yes, and
As
they
tier
are
1 employees,
they are like it's not a zero, but you may
Right.
have a $900 a month.
Mhm.
I mean, that's very tough in today's world. Based on work 30-year life of this company,
Right.
then you have only Social Security, and this is all your income. I just say the difference. I'm not saying tier 1, 2 is a highly compensated. I'm just saying if they work in the same job, they are 1 year behind it or 1 month behind that line, then suddenly you benefit is completely different.
right.
Well, and what happened with the states was, in the tier 3 plan, I mean, to be honest, it's not a terrible plan at all.
Correct.
It is highly dependent on
Yes.
salary going up every year. The state adopted in 2013 and had another 7, 8, 9 years of no pay raises. So basically, employee contributions and match was just stagnant,
Yeah,
and which then affects interest earnings. I mean, it's just a ripple effect through the whole system.
I heard of Paducah, I heard of Bowling Green, all of them looking for potentially, since the state match going down this year, they plan to move some of the money, just like you consider, figure out a way to at least have some break time to support the tier 3
Yeah.
for long term.
Because it went down this year,
Because-
David, from what, about 25% match on CRS to about 23? Yeah, about 2% difference on match.
It was about a $700 budget, $700,000 budget decrease for us.
I think that was Bowling Green that was talking about financing some of theirs that way.
Mhm.
So I mean, I don't know if you call them a direct competitor, but certainly those agencies are starting to look at that.
they're in the
And-
same situation we
And again,
are.
you start to do
yeah.
some of those things now, this is a problem we're gonna have to solve over many years.
Yes.
And you're gonna have to chip away at it, so this is another way to chip away and make it better and better, yeah.
Which is like a University of Kentucky, all that,
Mhm.
they do have 401k.
Yeah.
It's also very something when you put a 15%, then long term, they
Yeah.
truly can accumulate
Right.
for when they retire, they have something to count on. Because otherwise, if you only have a count of like a 57, how long that will be last?
Mhm.
People are gonna expect to leave another 30-year operating target that I think is very tough for our
Yeah.
Tier 3 in the future.
Nichelle, what's your thoughts? You talk to employees all the time, you talk to new employees coming in, you interview people, I mean, you're talking to them, what do you think?
As far as the match,
Putting more money in a match, doing more salary, and then, I mean, when we did like last year, going to Steve's question, well, we didn't actually do the 2% last year, did we?
No.
If we do the 2% and we don't make any grade changes, we leave everything the way it is, then does that result in changing, walk through an employee, that if I'm currently an employee, pick a grade, and I'm below the midpoint, and I get my 2% in January, then I just move out 2% further in grade beyond the midpoint, right?
right,
Then next year, when it comes around again, I'm now above the midpoint. So then that person then gets whatever the COLA is on July 1st,
And that's it.
but they're above the midpoint, they're done.
right, correct.
And only way they benefit again would be if somehow that grade changed and
Yes.
put them back below the midpoint
Where
again.
they moved up a grade to where they were below the midpoint.
Like if a grade 13 became a 14,
Right.
Right,
then they'd be below and then they could get the 2% again.
yes, as long as they fall below the midpoint, yes, correct.
But if their grades change the same, and are there any grade changes in this budget?
Yes,
Okay,
it's for, heavy truck.
It's not in this version,
Well,
because
but
she
that
just.
was the question I was
Yeah,
asking
that's-
earlier,
right.
that how many people changed grades, from last year to this year? And I
we have
don't
a
know the answer to that right now.
did we have a lot of grade changes?
Hold on, let me make sure when I
Okay.
get you the information. Are you just talking about individuals that had promotions for last year?
For whatever reason that
Okay.
they changed the grade. Well, I would like to see the reason why they changed the
Okay.
grade, but for whatever reason, because in a sense, there's a benefit in sometimes to changing grades.
We cannot create or change a grade until every position we change a grade, every time we bring the board to approve it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, so it's not like we can change any
Right.
of the classification until you prove it. All classification is on the book, that's what it is. Until we typically staff bring that up to the board, then you prove it, they change. So any new change position, you can count every year, it's every board meeting, you count all. I think it's very few
Right.
year round.
And then the only way an employee would change outside of us presenting to the board for the position grade change is if it's part of a progression series. So
Yes.
like I was saying, the heavy truck and equipment, you have a 4, a 3, a 2, and a 1. So you would progress through
No,
the series.
all of these grade changes, I'm sure are right, so I'm not questioning how they got them. But the point I'm making is that there's a potential double benefit sometimes when you do that. Because you're getting a pay raise when you change the grade. And then, and you, like the example John gave, that below pay grade, they got the 2% and the cost of living. And then they change grade, and now they're back in the same boat in relation to the grade. They can get the 2% and the cost of living. Plus they got the pay raise when they move to the grade.
But some of the grade changes in a series are tied to you're getting your license, it's due to.
Yeah, they all legitimate. I'm not questioning why they got them and how they got them. It's just, I'm just saying that potentially they're in that series, there potentially are 3 pay increases. And if you can do that every year, you in essence can get 3 pay increases every year. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying, but that is,
I mean, the only remedy would be if it was like, you have to be below midpoint for more than a year. Like, somehow in the policy space it out. I don't know that that's a good policy, but that's the only way you
The
could.
thing I regret the most
Prevent
about
that.
2% midpoint is it sort of prima facie says on the front, because the goal is, I mean, being in state government for years, you would have somebody, a brand new person hard in at 30. And then somebody been doing that same job, same class for 20 years, and there'd be a $25,000 difference. And it creates hard feelings to the new employee saying, I'm doing the same job, I'm making $25,000 less. And the older employee saying, my tenure's worth that, I ought to be making more, because I'm having to train you. So, I mean, it goes both ways, but we kind of admit up front that we probably ought to be hiring people closer to midpoint entry salary. If that's where, if we want to get the goal is to get people to midpoint as quick as possible. And financially, we just can't move everything 20% in range all of a sudden. And I mean, that would be the solution, and just do away with midpoint. But that's a very, 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 very expensive option. I mean, so the midpoint, I assume, Michelle, as I understand it, came about as the way to kind of close that gap between new employees and tenured employees.
Yes, to get them to the
Yeah. And we're not a union shop. If we were a union shop, you know, if a job paid $25.70 an hour, that's what everybody make, regardless of tenure. But we're kind of more of a government model, and government tends to operate more on a tenure-based system. I mean, that's just the nature of the systems. So how do y'all want to proceed to give David some direction on terms of how to put it together and what to go with? Because this change ripples everywhere.
It does.
Because it ripples through every line in every department.
It does.
Actually ripples through 2 lines in every department,
Yep.
both the fringe line and the.
So page 16 is the payroll summary. At the very bottom is a good chart that shows the different components, you know, base, commission, overtime, with the COLA, all the different things that are going into it. At the time of this budget creation, there were no grade changes or scale changes, but I think there are some coming.
Yeah.
I don't know, Michelle, if this is a good time to maybe give them a heads up on some things that are changing for this next
And you
draft.
rolled the savings in CERS rate, in fact, are rolled in to the overall budget. So in fact, because of the reduction in CERS, the 6% is costing us like 4.
Yeah,
net.
it's a $700,000 decrease in KPPA match.
Which that money is being absorbed into whatever pay raise we give.
Right.
At $142,000 a point, that's.
For this 1 year.
Yeah. And assuming the CERS rate stays where it is going forward, that savings is a reoccurring. And I don't see the CERS rate going up. I'm not sure it's gonna go down like they want to, but I don't see it going down up from the 23, because they're up, what, John, 52% funded?
Yes.
Something like that. I mean, their funded ratio is better, certainly better than KERS, checking in at a smooth 19. So.
Did you want me to talk about that?
If you don't mind, because.
Okay. So we do have the heavy truck and equipment. That series is going to increase by 5%. We did a market study with Blair, our consultant, as well as there was some difficulties hiring or retaining for those positions. And so after we made the change to that, typically what happens is you get closer to the supervisor. So then we also looked at the supervisor, which is the fleet maintenance supervisor, and that would be increased by 5% as well. Also, support services director, it will be increased by 15% as well. We just looked at the overall duties of that job, market, and just where this position was in relationship to other directors as well. So that's it.
And those would be in version 2
Yes.
of the budget, yeah.
Yes.
That you get in.
Do you have a feel what the net cost of all that is?
No, I
Of
didn't.
everything you just.
I don't.
This is always that moment of silence when everybody's pondering. So what's the, John talked about an option, Catherine talked about an option, Jason talked about an option.
Well, John, let me kind of retrench a little bit. I think what I might like to do is, I'm okay with doing 6%.
Okay.
I'm okay with doing 6%. I think this discussion about, deferred comp, how do we encourage deferred comp, it might need to be a bigger part of what we're doing. And I don't know, honestly, it doesn't sound like it's gonna have a budget impact, but I don't think it's gonna have an outsized budget impact, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, we might be able to do some really, really good stuff for about $50,000. based on what we're doing here. I mean, we can, you know, if our number right now, what we're matching these folks at is $68,000, then if we make it a 1.5 to 1 match, or some, you know, where, you know, we'll give 3% or something, you know, something along those lines. You know, that might be something we can talk about later. And, you know, do we want to, like Catherine mentioned, do we want to require the new people to sign up? And then if they want to opt out after one pay period, they can opt out after one pay period. But if they, you know, if they get the check and they don't miss it in the check, you know, they might stay in it. It might be a good thing for the new hires. You know, I don't know, because otherwise the tier 3 guys, they don't have a chance.
And one of the things we might want to consider, and it wouldn't be binding on a future board, but one of the things we might want to consider is if CERS rate goes down in the future, that we bring back to this board what that savings is. And then that would be an ideal place of money to divert into a match for the 401. Because that would basically mean if we can make a savings on our retirement contribution, not necessarily all of it, but to take some portion of that and plug it into the 401 for those tier 3 employees. Because that would be a savings that we're going to incur. And I think once CRS starts cutting the rate, I don't think they're going to raise it up and down. I think when they lower it, it's hopefully going to be actuarially what it's supported to go forward. And county payroll has been one, unlike state payroll over the last 5 or 6 years, that has continued to grow, both in terms of payroll, number of employees, and salary. So their base has been better than state government's. I mean, Steve, are you comfortable on the 2% with the information we have to the midpoint? Midpoint, yeah.
I'm not sure. I'll think about that. But the point you made on the savings, though, I'm not sure if I want to commit that to a salary, because $75,000 might go to the ratepayers.
Right.
And so
I agree.
You know, that is a cheaper long-term expense, because you can always get that back if you have to. If it goes up, you can always get that back by raising the ratepayers.
Yeah.
The other one is a compounding expense that's going to go every year. So, to your point on that, I couldn't commit to doing.
Well, that's why I said not binding future boards, but that's something
No, I
to
know,
look at
but
if it.
even my
Yeah.
philosophy though is not that,
Yeah.
because it's not financially in my point. Every year I've asked this question from the very first year I was on this board: how many people have moved up from grades? Because this is every year. People below the midpoint gets 2%. Yet the midpoint changes every year. And so when the midpoint changes every year, it's like things are going like this, but never are closing the gap to get past the midpoint. It's just in a different grade the midpoint is. And so that's why I need to see those figures. I can't commit to the 2% midpoint. I am for the 6%.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, a couple of years ago, like 74% of our employees were below midpoint, if I'm not mistaken, and now we're at like 50-some%.
I think it's 77%, I think David just said.
He's got it too.
So that's what I'm saying, that even that number is consistent.
Yeah, we're right at almost 50% of our employees right now below midpoint, 96 of 100 of 202.
Right. It used to be a few years ago. I think it was like 74% were below midpoint.
Yeah.
So we're moving them, but
now when we
but
get,
also remember we're not moving.
Now when we give
Well,
We're not moving the bands very often.
Percentage-wise, we have less people below midpoint now.
How do we change it? And it's still a sample
number. And if we have a
and
system,
where, who they are.
do we do?
What positions they are.
But it makes sense, though, Steve, is if we have a position with a midpoint, it almost makes logical sense that about half, it's not a surprise that 40 to 50% of the people are below the midpoint, and how you address that, I know.
But my point is, I haven't made a decision. I've
Yeah.
asked to see the numbers.
I know.
Because the numbers, and I've been involved in those personnel studies,
Right.
as I said before, where the market study always comes back.
Right.
now one thing about it is,
the figures, and then I can make a decision on, and think my decision on.
Right.
one thing I think would be helpful to see, Michelle, is if the board recommends the 6%, then everybody within 6% of midpoint will move past it and won't get it, right?
Yep. July,
Yeah, I mean, if we move it, if we move
You get
everybody
that- you get
6%
that-
in range.
If you get that
in
in
grade,
July, the range don't
July,
change, yes.
Then on January 1st, if you're not reclassified or promoted, if you're where you are, if you're within 3 or 4% of midpoint, you'll be past it and won't get it.
Right.
Correct. Correct.
But we
Yeah.
can project that
So
now.
that number
pretty
changes,
much.
yeah.
I mean, with some.
It's already in
certain-
there. Like I'd go
The
line
cost
by
of that-
one for
the
each
cost of
employee.
that's already in there.
So the
And-
42,000 assumes those people, so the
Right.
42,000 is what it costs for 6 months.
Yeah.
Yes.
To move
For the
those
last 6
left
months
who are
of next
below.
fiscal year,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah.
Well, we can do one of two things. To give staff some direction, we really can't wait till the 27th, because we make a change like this on the 27th, you're down to 3 days, and you turn into a pumpkin to send it to DLG. So Steve needs that information.
Yes.
We've got the one thing on home energy assistance. This is really the only change on the clubhouse, we've agreed to the amount that the board will come back and review rates, guidelines, and that, later. But this just puts it in the budget item. This, from what I've seen, this is all we've got left. So we can get the information and come back on a special, even a Zoom meeting.
Well, here's the thing. I guess the question would be, are all the board members comfortable with 6% for the COLA on July 1st?
Can
Which
you?
I certainly am.
Yeah.
If that's the case, if the only point of contention we have is, are we doing the 2% or not doing 2%? I don't think that, I don't want to speak for David and Katrina, but I don't know if that's that big of a deal once we give you direction on that particular issue on the 27th.
It would still hit every line where those employees were in both places and change the roll-ups.
It would.
Well, let me say, if everyone else is for the 2%, I mean, that's a moot point, really. So if y'all for it, then just go on and do it now.
But I mean, I think it's important you get your questions answered. I mean-
No, but if everyone else is for it, I'm a practical person. I don't need to waste time if everyone else is for it, so I'm good.
I would like to see the information Steve is asking about. Though.
Okay.
I would. I think it would be interesting. How big of a deal would it be if we decided to make that 2% 1%, or not do it at all, or whatever? From your all's perspective, how much work would that take, and would you truly turn into a pumpkin before?
We'll get it done.
We'll have to till July, mid-July, to submit the budget to DLG. So we have.
We just
some
have
time.
to
We have
approve the budget
it,
by
correct.
July 1st.
Correct. And then we will submit it by the 15th.
So that gives
we
them
have
time.
time
Okay.
to turn it around.
Because I was gonna say, if y'all could put that information together, get it out to everybody, then we could always schedule like a Zoom meeting for that one item, for you to give the figures and for the board to vote up or down on the 2% on the midpoint.
We
We could do it that way if that's, what's the board's preference?
I think there maybe is a quick question that gets to the heart of this. Did you say you'd already had a sense of this, if the 6% goes in, who will no longer get it because they were in that
That's already
5%?
baked in here.
It's already.
No, I know, but do you have a percent, like you were saying it was 75%, you were saying a few years ago, and they dropped to 50. What would be that percentage after the 6% if it was passed? What percentage would still be?
I
below
don't
the
know off the
midpoint?
top of my head. It's in the spreadsheet that supports this.
So we
But
can get that
I'd have to
information
go
to
look
you.
at the spreadsheet.
Maybe that's more the number Steve, maybe that gets the heart of what you're asking, because if we're at 50% now and somehow we drop to 35%, maybe that shows that this is moving in the right direction. And
So the 50% is already built in here.
is that built in today, or that's built in?
96,
So that's today's, where we sit
Today.
today.
Yeah.
96 out of 202 are below
But
midpoint.
that doesn't include.
that's
the-
not including the 6% raise.
No.
So when I do this payroll budget, I go line by line and I have a separate spreadsheet, like, I look at each person's salary, what grade they are. If they're step promotions, I factor that in for all 5 years. I look at when they're gonna go above midpoint. That is the single most, time-consuming thing in this budget is payroll. To your point, I would like to say, yes, we are chasing a moving target. Every other year, we bring to the board recommendations to change the scale. I think we skipped a year because of COVID. I don't remember the exact history. We are chasing a moving target. But to your all's point too, it is working because we are seeing, more and more people getting, close to or above midpoint. And to somebody's point, I forgot who said it, we're not gonna solve this problem ever if we continue to bring people in at the minimum. Somebody said that.
Yeah.
It's still gonna take 7 years on average to get to midpoint if you bring them in at minimum. So that's just. my
How about this for a direction? If you can get everybody on the board, all the information we talked about no later than next Friday, a week
Oh, yeah.
from tomorrow. And then we'll schedule a Zoom meeting for the following week, one day, for a half hour, to give you all direction on the 2%. Is that would give you then 2 more weeks to get it rolled up, even that you could have on June 27th, basically a roll-up. And does that work for you all, David?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean,
Is that for the rest of the board, is that okay? So at this point, motion is one motion. The home energy raised to 2,500.
That's not the budget, though. That'll just be.
That'd be guidelines. 40,000 stays the same.
Right.
And then the clubhouse stays as it was. And on the salary, we're going with 6%. And we're holding on to 2% till we get the information next week, and then we'll have a Zoom the following week to give you all a go or no go on that.
Sounds good.
Does anybody else have any changes, corrections, additions, deletions?
I don't know if that even has to be a motion. Let's just give that direction, because we're not adopting anything.
We don't have to do anything, just general.
We're just
we're
giving,
actually
that's
adopting the
the
budget,
that's
right.
the direction we want to give
Yeah.
you all, so.
So we'll get the information turned around, and then from there, get a meeting scheduled, get
Yeah,
Kathy to reach out.
Kathy can poll everybody
Yeah.
for that following week, and we'll set that, and I don't think, we'll have the one item, and we can give you direction on that. We wouldn't even have to vote on that, but we give you direction. And then y'all can proceed to get it rolled up.
Yep, we'll
and to
turn,
vote on the
then we'll give you a
27th.
new draft that we'll present at the 27th.
Yeah, and there's a couple little technical corrections people mentioned that you can incorporate, so, okay?
Sounds good.
Is everybody good with that?
Just for reference, everybody can be thinking, the week of the Zoom meeting would be the 12th to the 16th, just to think about what the calendar should be.
Okay, and you poll everybody and,
Yeah, I'll send an email out, but just
yeah,
keep that in back of mind.
okay. Okay, with that, do we have to do anything else on the budget at this point, David?
No, I would like to thank all the staff. This is,
Yes.
everyone takes ownership of their budget in each division department, which we really appreciate. They own it, they put it together, and Katrina's the project lead on putting the budget together, so I appreciate her and her staff too, so.
With that, Mr. Snyder, I'll turn to you for item 3.1.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that request permission to call a closed session pursuant to KRS 61A10-1C to discuss pending or proposed litigation regarding an employee benefits matter, and KRS 61A10-1G to discuss a specific proposal that, if openly discussed, would jeopardize the exciting retention, expansion, or upgrading of a business.
Okay, we have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We're going into closed session, come back in 5 minutes?
Yes. At least that.
I need a motion to come out of closed session.
So moved.
We need a second. Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We're back in open session. Mr. Snyder?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to direct staff to proceed as directed on the two matters discussed in the closed session.
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor of that say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All those in favor of adjournment?
Aye. Well, motion to
Oh,
adjourn.
motion, all those, we need a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
A second? Second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We're adjourned. Thank you all.
I have one thing, I need signature, this is the easement preparation thing.
Okay.